How's everyone doing tonight? So, I got everything set up on the new computer. I didn't do a test run. We're going in blind here. I think everything's set up right. I have my macros all configured back up, so it should be good to go here. If anything's funky, just let me know. So, got Starbucks Frappuccino tonight. Audio sounds choppy. Little choppy. Okay, let me see here. You know why? I think I have the, I might be pushing the bit rate too much. 1 second. Okay. Is the audio any better now? Oh, there might be a sync issue. Nope, okay. Let me actually turn it on so I can hear what I'm sounding like. Okay, so a bit better there. Let's see. Okay, why are we cutting out? Wonder if that helps. Doesn't sound as choppy as before, so it's probably a bitrate issue. Let me lower the gain a little bit. Let's see. That's what I get for doing it live. Okay. No, still choppy. Okay. Still sounds choppy, but you aren't talking too much. Yeah, but the problem is once I start talking a lot, it's going to sound like ass. Let's see here. Okay. Lower that. So I was testing. I did a recording when I just recorded me playing, and it was fine. Okay, so it's still doing it. Properties. USB microphone. Okay, let's try seeing if this sounds any better. So we're trying Okay, so it's not the input. Yeah, it's not the microphone. Let me play with a few settings here. 1 second. Okay, audio. Try that. Yeah, it's still. Okay, I gotta keep talking. Otherwise, if I don't talk, this doesn't work. So maybe I have something. Try dropping that down. Yeah. Is it a bitrate issue? I don't know if it's a bitrate issue or it's something, because I recorded myself. Like, I recorded using OBS and it was fine. Let's see here. Audio. See, the thing is, the mic should be exactly the same. Like, I haven't changed anything with the mic. Like, I That hasn't even moved. Did the intro sound choppy? Like, does the intro music sound choppy? Okay, let me try something here. Okay. Now let's see. I don't know. I'm going to talk for a bit until the lag catches. No, it's still doing it. Damn it. Nope, still choppy. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is this? Here. Settings. What the hell? It was working fine earlier. Let me open up the audio gate a bit here, see if that fixes anything. Okay, let me check up on chat, see if anyone's got any advice. No. Audio. I should have did a test stream. Oh yeah, the whole 44, 1 second. Okay, let's see if this helps it at all. Oh, okay. I think we're okay. I think we're okay there. Okay. Okay, so it was set to 48 hertz for whatever reason. I changed it to 44.1 and we're good. Okay, let me mute myself so I don't have myself talking in my ear. Go. Resume the lo-fi hip-hop beats. Okay. Okay, we're good. So yeah, so I had the output OBS set for 48 kilohertz, which was weird because I did a test where I just had the camera set up and I recorded internally and played it back and it sounded fine, so I figured I was good to go. Llama, congratulations. You get I don't have stickers or gold stars, but you can have one of the many benchies I have. Here, catch, it's yours. Merry Christmas. I hope I don't need that one. Ugh. Okay, so where are we at tonight? We are 14 minutes into the stream, and we are starting to do stuff. So I've got my Starbucks Frappuccino Vanilla. And we're going to get this guy printing tonight, hopefully. So, how can you need a benchy? You always need benchies. You know, they're perfect size for a door prop. Okay, so we're going to get this guy printing, hopefully. But we're going to be doing something a little bit different. So I know on, I don't know, one of these guys, two of these guys, I have mainsail installed. So tonight, I'm going to be trying something a little different. We're going to try fluid, which is another interface option for those that want like a slim, streamlined, lightweight Klipper interface to replace Octoprint. So we are going to be using fluid. So let me just pull it up here for those that don't know. So fluid's by a guy named Cadriel. I don't know, probably not his real name. He's on our Discord, on the Voron Discord. Hit him up there. But basically, it's just another alternative for a lightweight Klipper interface. So I figured since we're trying new stuff with this guy, we're going to try a new interface just to see how it is. And it does have like a one-click install, kind of like Mainsail OS, called, I guess, Fluid OS. But yeah. So this is the interface. They're under the hood. They're pretty much both the same. They're running Klipper. You have what's it called? Moonraker as the API. So this is just a different way of getting at it. Okay. So I flashed the SD card, and we're going into this blind, as always, because this is all a learning experience. So if I'm learning, you're learning. So, first thing we got to do is give this guy some power. That fan's going to get annoying quick. And let me actually find it on my network first before I pull the screen up. So how's everyone doing this week? For all you Yanks, I hope you voted. Turning out to be an interesting election over there, but I'm not in that country, so not my problem. Enjoying the warm weather. Yeah, it's been a nice week. Like, I live in southern Canada, so it hasn't been too bad here. Where are you at? Nope, that's... why can I never bring it up? Yeah, it's about 10C here. Sometimes going up like 15 to 20. Right now, this week's been kind of... Oh, okay. So, we are connected. Lost socket connection. Please refresh. So we are talking to it. Oop, don't look at that. I don't have Putty installed on this computer. Let me make sure everything's up to date. Putty. I forgot I don't have Putty or WinSCP on here, so we might have to go through all that. Because we also got to set up the whatchamacallit, the UART connection. Is Klipper and Fluid also... yes, they're... Okay, so Rexalaw, basically, you need Klipper. Well, you don't need Klipper. Technically, you can run RepRap. Not running Linux. I can't sudo install stuff. So, Klipper is what the firmware that most of us run our Vorons on. You can get at Klipper through different ways. The stock way is through Octoprint. However, you don't need to use Octoprint anymore. There are alternatives, which is you have Mainsail and you have Fluid are the two new ones. Okay? So, you don't need... you need one of them, but you can use either of the three. The reason you would want to use, there we go, there's putty. The reason you would want to use, say, mainsail or fluid is they are lighter weight. You can run them just fine on a Raspberry Pi Zero. Okay. Bonsai. Open. Okay, so we are connected here. Let me just go through the, that's not what I wanted. Instructions. Okay, so I downloaded it. I configured the Wi-Fi. I booted it. Logged in. Okay, so I should probably do these then, just in case. Get update. Desk boot. It was an issue with the settings for OBS default settings. I just had to change something. But the audio should be fixed now. Ringing after every sound. Okay, did that go away now? Does the fluid image include Klipper? Oh yeah, the fan is the fan on this guy. Yeah, I think I turned the gate off. No, it's still there. Okay, huh. Let me see here. Let me talk for a second and then listen to myself. Yeah, I don't hear anything, so it might just be the way you're hearing the fan on this crappy little guy. Because it's a shitty fan. Yeah, it's a crappy fan. Like, this is literally spare parts and cheap shit, the printer. I know I turned the gate down, so I'm thinking that might have been the gate for a second there. Okay, let me reboot this. Oh yeah, I had the sorry, I was playing with the settings there with the gate when we were trying to fix that original issue. So yeah, let me turn the fan off here. Okay, so does the audio sound better now that the fan is off? Because it's probably just the fan. Because on my end, it sounds fine. Okay, so I did the updates here. Yeah, unfortunately, it's just a shitty fan. Sorry, guys. Not much I can do about that. Now, according to this, when it boots up, I should be getting... It should complain about not having a config file. Stick a piece of filament in it. We're not printing yet. We don't need that. Okay. Force refresh. I don't know why it's doing this. Dashboard. Lost socket connection. It's a bandwidth issue. Now, is this a bandwidth issue between the printer and the board? Because the board isn't flashed yet. So should I be flashing the, I'm assuming, but I need to put a config on it so I can talk to the board. Yeah, let me SSH into this thing. Okay. Clippy log, I don't know what that is. Sudo. Can I preserve Octoprint while running Fluid? No, it replaces it. Forgot. Oh, I need tail? Okay, I'm not a Linux guy. If this doesn't work, oh, starting Clippy. If this doesn't work, I do have mainsail downloaded. I can just install mainsail. I just wanted to try something new a little bit here. Okay, so now it's well, it's installed. Technically, they both function exactly the same. The steps you do for one is the same as the other. It's just a different interface. So I don't know why it's not working. It's not starting. I don't know. You know what? I might end up, just for the sake of the stream, I'm just gonna go over to mainsail, I think, because I know that one works. This should be working. I don't know why it's not working. So we'll just go over to mainsail, because I know mainsail was working, or at least the image I have of it worked. So put it on an etcher. Oop. Oh, no, not from URL, flash from file. Is it on the USB drive? Did I not? Oh, no, it's on this one. Mainsail, there we go. Select target. This one. Select flash. Yes. Okay. I was hoping to get Fluid working. So anyways, I see people asking. So unfortunately, like, you can't preserve Octoprint because Fluid or mainsail replace it. For future reference, tail is the command that shows the end of a file. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So it replaces. Now, you do lose some of the features that make Octoprint that people like. You're not going to get any of the plugins, for example. Now, at this time, there are people working on getting some of the plugins ported over to the Moonraker API, I believe it is, so that they will work with these new Klipper interfaces. But at this time, there is no current plugins, okay? So, but the advantage is it's much lighter weight. Like, it boots up a heck of a lot quicker than Octoprint. It doesn't have all the bloat. It runs on a Pi Zero just fine. I have it running on my SwitchWire and on my V0. And even with a webcam, now I wouldn't be pushing 1080p 30 FPS streams off that webcam, but you know, a 720p at 10 frames per second, just enough to monitor the print on a Pi Zero, it handles it just fine. So there's really no issue there. I gotta remember to plug that fan back in before we print. So now we're just waiting on flashing. I was hoping to get, see, we've been going at this for 26 minutes. I was hoping it would be way past this point by now. We're going backwards. Oh well. In other news, my little servos came in for the Iron Man helmet. So the servos came in. So for that, I'm just waiting on some bearings right now, and then I got to start going through everything and doing the actual work on it, and then getting that functional. Yeah, the only difference is, Llama, I'm streaming this, so I have 40 people watching me drink a overpriced Starbucks Frappuccino. And only 3 likes. You should all hit that like button because overpriced Starbucks Frappuccinos demand it. They were on sale at Walmart. What else? There should be a video on the Fadus. I do have the box right here. Oop. So this guy I got upside down. I gotta rebrace that. So this guy came in courtesy of Banggood, and I have that actually installed in the Tallboy right now. So I didn't get a chance to do it today, but I have been playing around with fat nozzles and fat layers. I ran out of filament legit at the very end of this benchy because I was killing off a spool. But it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be doing a bunch of high volume, max speed prints on that guy. So the Fadus High Flow, so far on the limited prints I have done, has been performing pretty well, I will say. I haven't had any issues with it. Comparing it to like a TL, they're both pretty much the same. But the Fadus is just, I would say, a better build quality. It has a fancier packaging. But functionally, I don't know. I think it's a little bit better, but I don't think you're going to ever notice any different. Side note, I now have a spare mosquito, but I don't know. I might put it in the switch wire. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'll probably put it in the switch wire. Or just put a different nozzle on it, put it in this guy. We'll see. Almost done flashing. I don't think we need to validate. Do I need to validate? No. Cancel validate. Screw that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Okay, so you guys don't need to know my Wi-Fi password in case you ever decide to drive to Canada. You can't steal my Wi-Fi. And I will say, oh my god, having this computer, the new computer, is so much better. Like, you guys have no idea how smoother everything is now. Compared to what it was before. Like, just being able to do multiple things at once and not have to worry about this thing crashing on me is, like, amazing. Okay, save that, save that. So I do want to thank you all for those that have donated on previous streams, because that has been a big help. Help paid for the computer. So thank you, because it makes the stream better, and a better stream is better for everyone. 720, there we go. Okay. So for those that don't know, basically when you download and install mainsail or fluid, because they have the same process, you flash it to your SD card, and then like Octoprint, you have to set up the Wi-Fi, and then you plug it in, turn it on, get the blinky lights, and it should boot right into it. So it's unlike Klipper on Octoprint. You don't have to SSH into it. You still have to SSH into it for a few things, but you don't have to SSH into it and do the whole sudo apt-get install Klipper, because it's basically an all-in-one package. So hopefully it boots into it here. My IP address shouldn't change. Hi, Maker Viking. Site cannot be reached. Load the bonsai. Come on. Yeah, it really depends on where you are in the world when it comes to the pricing to build a Voron. Especially with COVID and all the other, everything else that's going on in the world. Unfortunately, the price is kind of all over the place, unfortunately. No, it should be the same IP. Oh, there we go. So for a V2, it depends what size you want to build, but 1,000 to 1,200 for 250. Add another 100 to 200 every time you go up in a size. But that's US, and that was before Rona. So unfortunately, things have changed. Okay, so hey, look, mainsail. If I had a webcam, it would be right there. So we are going to have to do some SSH stuff here. So the first thing we're going to have to do is flash the firmware on our board here. Now this is an SKR, and actually it does have, it does run Klipper already, but it's running an older version of Klipper, which is incompatible with the new Klipper firmware. So I have to actually update it. So there we go. Which I always forget the steps, so I always have to pull up the Klipper GitHub. So you can reference the Klipper GitHub for this part, but basically you have to make a make file and then put that onto the little SD card that's in there. So copy. Paste. CD Klipper. Make menu config. Yeah, the shipping's getting back to normal. Unfortunately, I don't think the prices will ever come back down to how good they were there for a little bit. They were quite good for a while there, and I don't think they'll ever come back down to those levels. And actually, Klipper configs. So this is an SKR Mini E3 1.2. Why is that taking so long? Why aren't you doing my make menu config? Oh, there we go. Okay, took it long enough. So at 2K, it feels so hard to justify it over just another Mark III. Thanks for the info, guys. Yeah, it is an expensive printer, but it's one for those that like to build. Like if you want an off-the-shelf, 100% reliable, good 3D printer, yeah, Prusa Mark III's or whatever, you can't go wrong with it. I will never poo-poo on a Prusa. It's a good printer. But for those that want to push 300 millimeters a second with 5K Excel enclosed printing ABS, that's a little different story. Okay. So to make flash command does not work. Instead, you have to run make, blah, 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 blah. So enable extra level. What is that? So yes. This is a SAMD. Or no, STMF32. STMF32 F103, yeah. Bootloader offset, 28 kilobit. Yes. And then PC13. There we go. And select. Yep. Exit. Save. There we go. Hi from France. Finally awake late enough to get you live. At least US elections have one benefit. Thanks for all your awesome videos. Allow me to build a 2.4. Curious to see fluid running. Unfortunately, it wasn't behaving, so I went back to mainsail. But literally swapping between the two is easy. You can literally just save your config file, reflash the SD card, and put it back on. So I probably will. I will be swapping it back on later. It's just for the sake of the stream. I'm sure you guys don't want to sit here and watch me finagle around for a while trying to get this to work. So I'm just gonna skip it and just go to mainsail, which I know works. The image I have works. Remember, I gotta reinstall that. I am planning to build a V1.8. V2.4 seems really hard to build. So the big difference between the 2.4 and the 1.8 is simply the Z motion. The gantry on both is pretty much exactly the same. It's the same but upside down essentially. Now, yes, there is the added complexity of 4 Z motors and belts and all that stuff, and but there is a full 100-something page manual, and I built the whole thing on stream. So if you go back far enough, there are videos of building it all. Okay, so let's see here. Ah, shoot. I goofed. So it had an issue there. Make menu config. I got to redo the make menu config because I forgot the exclamation mark. So, have you seen a 3D printer with a self-leveling bed? Basically, you could do that with traditional Core XY. You would just have the bed on 3 or more points, and the bed would do the motion instead of the gantry like we have on the... That is right. Unless it needs to be capitalized. At PC13, yeah. Yeah, that should be right. Yes. Make. Yes, the stable bed is a huge thing simply for the fact that you have all your mass is down low and it's not moving. That is one of the biggest advantages to the V2.4 platform or the V2 platform is simply that all your weight is down here. Oh, you can't see. All your weight is pretty much down here. So the weight of the tool head or the moving portion of your printer doesn't change as it moves up in Z. So that's a big problem with like traditional Core XY printers. Got a little V0 here. So on the V0, for example, this is a traditional Core XY, the bed moves. So if you think about it, if you have a much bigger one, like, 300-400 millimeters of Z, when you start, all the weight of the bed is up top and all your moving mass is up top, and it's going to wobble around, and then it'll get more stable as it moves down, and you can actually see defects like that in your print, depending on how it's tuned and whatnot. So with this, as it moves up, the moving mass doesn't change, and all your weight's down low, so it's more stable. Okay, there we go. So it's done making the make file. So now we got to get that make file off of here. So to do that, you got WinSCP here. go, save. Sure, login. Now where is it? It's under Klipper, right? It's Klipper bin, right? Out bin. Yeah, there it is. So this file right here, Klipper bin, you need this, okay? No, I don't need the putty guide. Okay. So just save it to your desktop. Okay. And then you can close all that because you're going to be turning it off. And then you're going to take your SD card, which is going to be fun on this guy because it's way over there. And you're going to need to take the SD card out of your SKR. And you're going to have to put the firmware, the Klipper.bin, on the SD card. Rename it to just firmware.bin. Okay, lowercase. Actually, I don't think it really matters, but lowercase for a reason. And then it's on there. I know I need to get this in red just for the Voron theme. Plug it back in your SKR. Okay. Turn it on. The status LED should flash for just a second. It should just go and boom. Okay, your firmware is updated on your SKR board. Now, if you were really paranoid and you wanted to make sure it flashed, if you were to turn it off, take the SD card out, plug it back into your computer, it would say firmware in all capital letters, okay? That means that it flashed properly, okay? But I'm assuming it flashed fine. So now, we need to go here and start doing some, well, we actually need to do more SSH stuff because we're being fancy here. And this is an SKR, or this is a Pi 0. Now with it being a Pi 0, we only have one USB. With it only having one USB, I don't want to use the USB to connect it to our SKR. I'm actually connected over UART. And with it being connected over UART, there's a few things you have to do to make it work. So let me just pull it up here. Because I did this on stream a while ago, and I want to make sure I'm doing it right. If worse comes to worse, I could just pull up the old stream and we could just watch an old stream of me doing it. But I have it saved somewhere. Yeah, Eddie the engineer has it pinned in the Voron Discord. So let me pull it up here, put it on Notepad. So I need to know this because I need to put a video on this, by the way. Okay. So, these are all the steps I got to go through now. Which isn't that bad, actually, when you think about it. So, yeah, that had a lot of back and forth because we didn't know what the hell we were doing. I still don't. Shh. But anyways, so we're in. Okay. So now we're going to follow the guide here. Don't undo that. So, swapping the ports. So basically right now, the GPIO is used by Bluetooth. We don't need Bluetooth. We're going to use it to the 4 pins that the TX and RX pins that we soldered on. So sudo nano boot config text whatever. Move the cursor to the very end and add the following. So, scroll all the way to the end. And then paste. Okay. And then how do I save? Control X. Yes, save. Enter. Okay. Now we need to move to another config file where part of the code must be deleted to disable serial code. And that would be that. And then look for the following line and delete it. So console serial, which is this very first one. Okay. Delete. There we go. Control X. Yes. Enter. Okay. Reboot Pi. Oh, redo the Klipper MCU firmware. Dang it, we gotta redo the firmware. I should have read the guide first. See? Trying to get ahead of myself. I knew what I was doing, but not this time. Klipper installation. Make menu config. So we're basically doing it again. Now, we're only doing this step because we're doing UART. If we weren't doing UART, this wouldn't be an issue. But we're doing UART. So when we get to here, rebuild your Klipper firmware. Oop. Use USB for communication instead of serial. So, oh, I already have it selected, right? Oh, wait. Shit. Oh yeah, unselect it. Unselecting. Yes. Thank you. No. Okay. And it was US Art 1. Or no, it was US Art 2, right? We had to use? I'm trying to remember. It was US Art 2, right? That's on PA3 and PA2. Or was it 1? I'm looking at chat right now. I know one of you guys remember which one we picked. Come on, somebody's got to know. Yeah, what was it? I'm pretty sure it was... I could pull up the stream and ask for it. I am SSH'd into the V0. Oh, into the V0. Yeah. Oh, it's not plugged in. Yeah, I think it is 2. You know what? We're going to roll the dice with 2. I'm pretty sure it is 2. That sounds correct, I want to say. Okay, exit, save, make. Yeah, screw it. We're just going to roll a dice. It's got to be 2. If it don't work, whatever. Figure it out later. Yeah, we are doing this live. I'm just hoping to get plastic out of this guy tonight. Because if I can get plastic out of it, I can start getting it ready to print ABS. Which means I'm going to have to make a nice fancy cardboard box for it to go in. Also, I need something new for that wall. My tap drill size is kind of unreadable, so it's kind of pointless. But I need something to put on there to cover the hole in the wall. Almost done. Oh, I didn't type any of that there. Okay. Okay, so we're done. So turn that off. Take that. Fancy people cardboard, not that filthy stuff for commoners. I am going to try a few different things, actually. That's one thing I want to do is just do a few different comparisons between different types of enclosures, just to see if there really is an advantage of using a certain... Oh, I got to turn it back on. Especially at the low level. Like, honestly, if you're just enclosing an Ender 3 to print ABS, pretty much anything will work. Now, if you're trying to chase, trying to get a 70°C ambient temperature in your printer just using your bed, at that point, yeah, you need to start looking into some fancy enclosure materials. But, like, we just use acrylic or plexiglass panels for the most part on a V2, and it gets 50°C in there. Connect to the Bonsai. What do you mean refused edit? There we go. Okay. So we got the new Klipper bin, made at 852. Oh, cool. I can just drag it right to there. Okay. Firmware. Bing, bang, boom, done. Okay. Plug that back in. Good there. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. Now we just wait for it to reconnect. Did I miss any smoke? Nope, not yet, luckily. Okay, so we are connected. Now we don't have a config file, so settings, config, oh. We don't have a config, so printer.cfg. Oh hey, we have a config file now, yay! Okay, there's nothing in it. So we are going to be using the default config here for an SKR Mini E3 V2 1.2, and hopefully we don't have to change too much to get this guy working. Of course, knowing my luck, we're going to have to change quite a bit. Now, I know we have to add a serial thing here. So, rebuild your firmware, selecting update your printer config. There we go, serial. So update that, yep. and that should be that. Save. Firmware restart. Do a refresh. Printer is not ready. Clippy host software is attempting to connect. Please retry in a few minutes. So she don't want to talk. Why don't you want to talk? Just gonna do a little verifying here. Turn off the tall boy. Okay, so right now I am going to just verify that we did actually set up the make file correct. So which one is 7.1? No, it's not 7.1. .218, there we go. 218. V0. Oh yeah, I have it connected right now. So that's a V0. Okay. So CD Klipper, make menu config, make menu config. So we're just going to peek under the hood here. So do you believe Fluid is better than mainsail OS? Sorry, I already answered the question. So unfortunately, Nicholas, I tried to get it to work, but I didn't test it before going live, and it was giving me an issue, and I didn't want to go digging through try and figure out what was going on for the whole stream, because I was hoping to try and get this thing printing as soon as possible. So I kind of just moved back to mainsail because I had an image that worked. So they both work exactly the same. It's just a different interface for the most part at this point. Now give it some more time to develop, and they might branch out more. I know some of the software guys like Fluid a little bit better, but at this point, if you just want an interface, they both function exactly the same. Okay, so that's that one. So let me connect to Bonsai and compare the two just to make sure that I did do this right. What is this? There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a wonderful camera that I haven't had a chance to mount yet. Okay, so PA3, PA2. Yeah, so we're good there. Okay, so they both have. Yeah, so they're both good there. Okay. Close that session. Settings, interface. Settings, config, printer config. So that's good there. PA13. Let's see. I don't have this part in here, I don't think. Okay, so I don't need this, I don't think, because it's not in there, so I'm just going to uncomment it for now. Save. Dashboard. Firmware restart. I wouldn't say it's a fork of it. It's more like they both kind of developed at the same time. It's not really a fork. It's just kind of coevolution. Yeah, so why aren't you working? Okay, let me try a full reboot here. Or actually, let me check the Klipper log. Klipper log. All the way to the bottom. Why aren't you talking? Timeout waiting for a response. Okay, let me do a full reboot. Everything's a fork of a fork. Error. Printer is not ready. Did it flash right? I didn't see the status, didn't it? Oh. Let me see here. Double checking, just to double check. Yep, so it did flash correctly. Come on. Wait, serial error pi 0? Yeah, it's pi 0. Oh, wait, was there something else that we forgot to do, Raymond? Yeah, I just powered it off and turned it back on. The whole thing's powered together, so when I turn the printer off, the whole thing shuts down. So right now it's rebooting. But it's not... Yeah, I went through the whole enabling the UART. Like I went through this. Oh, did I forget to... Oh. Yeah, it is UART 2. We do have that right. But I did go through this whole setup here. This is what's pinned. Did I forget to enable UART in the Pi? Is there something different for the Pi Zero that I forgot to do? I'm assuming there is. Shoot. Let me open up Putty. Bonsai. Yeah, because I went through, I did the edit the config to add the UART, or the enable UART. Then I did that. So I'm getting the printer is not ready, and according to the Klipper log, we are getting timeout on serial connection. So let me just double check here. So power goes to power, and ground to ground. And then TX and RX are crossed, so they're talking to each other. So why are we getting a serial connection issue here? No, Brian, I didn't make that mistake this time. Yeah, extruder, Mac extrude, starting serial connection, webhook, client from Moonraker, waiting for identify response, trace back call, file home, serial HD line 68. My make menu config. Let me. Oh, /cd Klipper. Yeah, what is it? CD/Klipper. Oh, God dang it. Make menu config. Because I just compared it, because I have the V0 plugged in. Is there a reason I never hear the 3B plus Pi being recommended for Octopi? It seems like the 4 is overpowered and the 0 is underpowered if you want video. The reason is the 3B plus isn't that common anymore. They don't make it. I believe they still make it, but not that. Basically, most vendors are out of it. At least for a while they were. So we just recommended go and just get a Pi 4 because they're more common. Is dev TTY USB? Yes, I believe it is. Like, here's the config. So printer.config. So we have the MCU /dev. Like, I copy and pasted it from the guide on the Klipper, or on the yeah, I have that there. So that is there for MCU. But we have enable that, STMF 103, bootloader 28 kilobyte offset. Serial port is the USART 2. Exit. Make. Yeah, see, it's already made. Cadriel, hey buddy. I'm sorry, I tried to get Klipper, or not Klipper, I tried to get Fluid working, and it gave me an issue I hadn't seen before. If you go back to the beginning of the stream, you can see it. After 15 minutes in, because I had audio issues. But, I don't know, I just threw in the SD card that I had with mainsail, but I'm trying to just get it to talk right now. Because for some reason, it doesn't want to communicate. firmware restart. Yeah, what is the ls command? Yeah, what is ls? Let's see here. ls dev tty usb. Not found. Okay, why aren't you working, dang it? Every time I try to get fancy with this, it never works. I already swapped TX and RX. I did that last time. Sudo service Klipper start. No, it should be that shouldn't. Yeah, it should be Klipper should be running. Well, here's the thing. Like, if it was a config issue, right? Here is the config I have for V0, which is running mainsail and is working just fine. And it has MCU serial. Like, it has the exact same. No, not mainsail config. Printer config. The exact same thing. Like, it's the exact same. So this should be working just fine. Unplug the printer from the Raspberry Pi, and then plug it back in and run a DMS. Well, if I unplug it from the Pi, it's going to turn off because they're powered together. Let's see, was it a D? DMESG. Joys of doing everything live. I have no idea what any of this stuff is. I should have verified that. Okay, let me try that. So that's all. Yeah, it isn't. Go back to plan A. Plan A, we've been here for an hour and 15 minutes. We haven't gone anywhere. If I can get this to work, I'll go back to mainsail or to fluid next time. Okay, kernel command. TTY enabled. Yeah, I have no idea Linux, guys. Because these are both exactly the same setups, and one works and one does not. That's power, that's ground, yeah, that's TFT. So why aren't you talking? That one talks. Firmware restart. I could just, you know what, screw it. I don't want to be here all night. Trying to figure out why this ain't working. Where's the USB port on this guy? Oh, of course, it's under there, which I don't even think I can get at. I know I got a 45 in here somewhere. Yes. Why doesn't... Did you CH mod 775? I have no idea what that means. Baud rate? Would baud... I don't think baud rate... Like, both make config files were exactly the same between the two. So... I don't think that would be any issue. Yeah, it would be 250,000 or whatever it is. Because both of these have the exact same setup. So it's an STMF F103. We got a 28 kilobit offset. We got that enable PC13. Oop. And we have that. So these are both made exactly from the beginning. Yeah, so exit, make, it's already made, so it won't, okay. So let me just go through this again, make sure I didn't skip anything. Okay. So sudo nano. Come on. Copy, paste, enter. So go all the way to the bottom and make sure DT over USB mini UART BT is added. Yep. Okay, so that's in there. Control. Okay. Disable serial console. So sudo nano blah 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 blah. Which is that one. Delete the serial 1152, which was the first one, which we deleted. So that one, that's gone. Okay. Okay, reboot the Pi. I did, okay, so the Pi is rebooted. Rebuild your firmware, so we did that. So let me, just in case it, for some whatever reason, didn't want to flash right, we'll do it again. What the heck? Isn't firmware fun, guys? Run, make, clean, and then make again. Make, clean, make. Okay, oh, so it'll make a new one now. Okay, I see what you mean. PA13 or PA12? No, it's PA13 on the SKR Mini 1.2. Okay, so doing the make, clean, and then make. Check your V0. What do you want to check on the V0? I was hoping to be already printing by now, by the way. Okay, so it's PA14, but PA14 makes sense because it's a V1.2 or V2, which uses a PA14. Okay, but this is a E3 Mini 1.2, so it's 13. So that makes sense there. But they're both the same. So, yeah, okay, so that's plugged in there. Learning more this way. See, that's kind of like why I like fumbling through this on stream, because it kind of sucks for, that's why I do the tutorial videos separate. We figure out what the hell I'm doing on stream, and then after the stream's done, then I make a video on how to do it properly. Okay, so out clipper.bin. Save that to the desktop. Okay. And then we got my little delete that. Yes, delete. Drag that over. Rename it firmware.bin. Okay. Okay. Unplug that. Turn that off. Let the power die. Plug it back in. Power it on. Does the little flashy flash. CNC Evolution, hi. Hi. We are fumbling through UART connections in Klipper. So much fun. And the best part is, once we get it talking, then we got to go through and actually make a valid configuration for this, I guess you can call it a printer. MCU shutdown, ADC out of range. Yes! It doesn't want to work. That means it's working. Okay. And it wants to connect. Oh, because it's shut down. Okay. So are we connected right now? Yeah, okay. So the MCU shut down because it's having a haywire. Cool, perfect. That means we can start editing the configuration. Yay. So, okay, so yeah, something must have goofed up in that last make file we did there. So now we got to start editing this, okay? So right now, this is basically set up assuming that it is a Ender 3, I believe. This does not look like an Ender 3, so we're gonna have to make some changes to the config here. So obviously we don't have 200 or 235. So I'm gonna just tell it I have 120 of X. Because I know I have more actually. I think I have on this guy, technically I have anywhere from like 130 to 140 on the X. Or no, I have 120 on the X. I have like 140 on the Y. And I have like 100 or 110 on the Z. But that's assuming the bed's only 120 by 120 anyways. So we'll just tell it 120 for now, and we'll start fiddling with shit later. Looks better than an Ender 3. Yeah, but the Ender 3s are black. And, you know, when printers are black, they look cooler. Okay, so homing speed 50. Sure. Run current. Okay. I don't even know what these motors are rated for. Crap. Do I have a motor I can get at? Oh, there we go. Okay. So this is a 13 or 17 HS13. The joys of a wireless keyboard. I don't know what these motors are rated for. And I know it's low though, because these are 04S1. Yeah, I bought these because these were literally the cheapest 3-pack of NEMA 17s I can get. Yeah, 0.6 is going to be too much. So we got 0.4 amp motors, okay? So let's go with 2 for now. 0.2 amp. Stealth chop threshold. I don't think we're going to be getting that fast. So our Y. Oh, I bought them on Alley. They were like a combo deal or whatever. I think I paid like less than 20 bucks or 20 bucks Canadian for 3 of them. They were dirt cheap. For Z, let's do the same thing too. Oh yeah, or step distance. I'm assuming the step, yeah, screw it. I'm going to assume the step distance is good for now, and we'll adjust later. So let's see here. So we don't have these. We have beta 12864s. So reference that. Yeah, so we have these for our extruder sensor. Step distance, nozzle diameter, 4 filament. Yep. PID control, sure. Run current, 0.2. There we go. So the max temperature we'll let our bed get to is 130. That sounds okay. Hot end 250. Yeah, sure, why not? It is an all metal. I do have a it's a Triangle Labs V6 in there. Cartesian. Oh yeah, my Z Max. Where is my Z? So we'll go with 100 for now. 100 millimeters. This is a small print volume. All it literally needs to do is be able to print Voron parts at most. And fan is PA08 or PA8, which that should be fine. So now save. Okay. It's a 60 watt bed. It's a 60 watt 120 millimeter bed. When I was doing testing for the V0 back in the day, I bought. Oh, here it is. I have one of these. This is a 12 volt, 60 watt bed. Okay, so this is technically pretty much the same as this bed, and this bed will push ABS temps, and that was when it was attached to a 1/4 inch slab of aluminum. So it does reach ABS temps. I will believe it will reach ABS temps. Did I restart the firmware? Firmware restart. So okay, so it's not reading the bed correctly. Okay, so why is our bed not reading right? Now I have the shitty bed. You see here. I can just flip it. This weighs nothing. Oh, and I got power hooked up to it now. So sig and ground. Sig and ground. That should be. Yeah, because okay. So for the bed, I have the 12 volt plus minus, and then I have 5 volt, sig, and ground. And I'm assuming sig and ground are my thermistor. That should be correct. And I have that plugged into the bed hookup. Now, I don't think... Oh, you know what? I might have them backwards. I might have to switch them. Because right now it's reading off, so it's obviously not. Yeah, I gotta swap them. I probably have them in backwards. So let me switch that. Die power. Worst comes to worst, I can always run without a heated bed for now, at least. Come on. Ever tell you guys I hate JST connectors? There we go. Okay. Give me some good Molex microfits any day, or KKs. Okay. There we go. Okay. Power it back up. Wait for everything to boot up. Live mains. You know what though? DuPont is perfect for exactly what it is. Cheap breadboard style connectors. They work fine for there. But yeah, ramps with DuPonts is ugh. Okay, come on baby, boot up. Okay, okay. Booyah. Okay. So it's Klipper state ready. Oh, it doesn't have any macros. Shit. Where is my like home? Or where are the movement stuff? Should I have movement stuff here? I should have movement stuff here, right? Like this? Where is my movement? My home is in Quebec. Ho ho ho. J'aime beaucoup poutine, pamplemousse, bibliothèque. Ho ho ho. GUI JSON. No, there shouldn't be. It should be default. It should pop up automatically. By the way, Bonsai. Oh, console. There we go. Enable console. Right? No, it's not console. There's console. Console's there. I don't need that. Interface, webcam, temp chart. I don't have any macros. Okay. Well, let's do it manually. G28. X. And then I put my hand over the button. Okay. G28Y. Wrong way. We gotta invert some pins. Yeah, you could do stepper buzz and all kinds of stuff to properly test to make sure. But it's got 0.2 amps going to a NEMA 17. It's not going to break itself. I'm just wondering why my movement commands aren't showing up properly. Can Klipper allow me to move axis? I think there is a way of doing it like a long way around, but I'm not 100% sure on it. It wants it to be safe. Okay, so that was the y-axis, right? So enable pin, step distance, direction pin. So enable direction, or swap direction, okay? So, yeah, you got to put force move in the config. So swap to that, okay. Firmware restart. Okay. G28Y. Okay, G28X. Okay, oh shoot, I don't have interface. Machine, config. Settings, config. Where is safe home? Homing override. That's homing override, right? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, homing override. Okay, so copy that. So Z X60 Y, because that would be Y60 X like 40. Save, right? Firmware restart, okay. So now I should be able to do a full XY home. I hope. Let me just make sure my probe is working still. Yep, okay. Oh wow, okay. Where's my screwdriver? Let me make this a little bit less floppy. There we go. Cam is sleepy, yes. I moved where it was and I added an extra link in it. So, quit moving, camera. Sleepy webcam is sleepy. I'm gonna need a proper arm for this at one point. There we go. Okay. So, let's try a full G28 movement. Okay, so our Z doesn't want to work. Yeah, it's only 150 watt power supply. So still triggered after retract, so I'm assuming I'm going to have to swap that. But config. Extruder. Flip the sensor pin. Okay. Do I need to have a virtual end stop pin? What is that for? Because I think I'm having, the motors aren't moving. That's the issue I'm having. Let me take these off. Settings, firmware restart. Okay, console, G, quit moving camera. G28. Oh. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Which pin did I flip there? Shoot. Dang it, what did I change? Yeah, Z polarities are something's goofy with the Z. PA0. PA0. What did I do with PA0? Oh, that one. Yeah, let me, here we go. Let me try this again. Console. Okay, G28. What? Invalid message pin. What? Firmware restart. I did do a firmware restart. Okay, G code files. Console. G28. Okay, so move there. Okay, so it is moving. It's not moving happily, but it's moving. But it's moving the wrong way. And we are how much did you spend on the whole project? Not much. Probably only about 40 bucks, 50 bucks at most. Because this printer is literally mostly 90% scrap parts. Well, not scrap parts, but spare parts. So config, printer config. So we need to make our Z go in the other direction. Or actually, no, how do, I need to flip the end stop. So where is the position end stop pin? So the end stop is now, how do I flip the end stop? So it's probing the other way. Ah, shoot. It's not the exclamation. It's the, do I remove the exclamation? Is that what it is? Or the little hat? Yeah, remove the hat. Okay. Firmware restart. Dashboard. Okay. Let's try this again. G28. So moves up. Moves X. Moves Y. Moves there. Tried to go down, it did not want to go down. And then Z end stop still triggered. So still, yeah, so it's the end stop is still triggering. Yeah, see, the problem is it's not mechanical constraint because like I can move these super easily by hand. Yeah, so that had the little hat. So invert, save, firmware restart. Is it NC versus NO? It is NO, I believe. Yeah, query end stops. Query underscore end stops. Oh, develop it. 1 second. I always forget the proper grammatical firmware restart. Boo boo. Okay, so Z is triggered. So I need to invert it. On Klipper, you can just go query end stops. Okay, so let's see here. So end stop pin. So that's where that goes. I think it's there. Save, firmware restart. Klipper status ready. Okay. So query end stops. Okay, so they're all open. Okay. So G28. Let me take the headphones out so I can hear it. Okay, so it moved up there. Okay. Move there, fine. Move there, fine. Now it's moving down. It homes. Booyah. Okay, those motors don't sound too happy. Let me give the Zen motors a little bit more juice to see if that helps it. Did you hear those Zen motors? Those Zen motors were not happy. Let me try giving them 3 amps or 0.3 amps. Oh wait, because they're running parallel. So yeah. So save. Yeah, because I think you got to double because they're running in parallel or serial, whatever. They're all just connected in a line. Okay, take the headphones off again. I think they sound a little bit better there. Well, luckily you don't run your Z that much. in before it blows up. Well, nothing's heating up. So, speaking of heating up, let's try heating up. Okay, so that's good. That heats up. Let's try the bed. This is the part I'm worried about. Oh, there's a little light flashing under there. And it's heating up. Okay. So there we go there. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Why am I not getting Raymond? Just because you're the mainsail OS guy. Where is my... These guys. Where is my home button on the main screen? Yeah. P&E tune time, guys. So first, before I forget, I gotta plug the fan back in. So, sorry about the noise. I've tried refresh. I've refreshed it like a million times, and it's not showing up. I don't know where it is. Oh yeah, my Z offset. Oh yeah, we gotta set the Z offset. Let me just spin this like this so I can actually see where I'm going. Okay. So, you know what? I'm very tempted to wire in a mainline on-off switch for this fan. Because it's going to be annoying unplugging it constantly. So I got to level the bed on this guy. Let's see here. Printer config. G1Z0. Okay. So just for those curious, this probe's actually triggering off the bed at about 5 millimeters. Bed mesh calibrate. No, I'm not gonna run a bed mesh. I'm not gonna spend the time to set this up. So, how high off the bed are we here? I can't move that. So, yeah, we'll just go with 4 for now. Okay, so save, firmware restart. Okay, G code file. Well, I'll just run it through commands for now. I'm going to be swapping it over to Fluid anyways. Okay, so G1Z2. Nope, that ain't right. Settings config. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, what is the command? Probe calibrate? Console probe underscore calibrate. Unknown command, probe calibrate. Do I not know how to spell? Unknown command, probe calibrate. Why am I? Pull up here. Probe calibrate. Yeah. Probe calibrate. Probe calibrate. Unknown command. Screw it. I'll just set the offset. What is the offset? So that would be the Z position. So Z. Yeah, what is the offset command? Because it's honestly been a while since I can't remember what it is. Pull it up here. Well, technically, the probe is technically, I want it to just operate like an end stop right now. I don't want to go and set it up as an actual probe. Set end stop calibrate. Like I'm not trying to set this up fancy with a bed mesh. I just want it to function. Okay, starting use test Z to adjust position. Okay. I've never actually used this before. Okay, so how does this even work? So Z calibrate, warning message. So do I just keep moving it down? But I can't move it down because I don't have the stupid buttons. One second here. Oh, test C is value to move. Okay. Equal 2. Okay, so that is equal negative 2. And it won't move out of range. Shit. Paul, in terms of pros and cons, it's just an interface. It's all behind the scenes stuff. That would be the pros and cons. But in terms of like functionality, they both behave exactly the same. It's just at this time, it's literally which one is prettier in your eyes. But behind this, like under the hood stuff is different. But for the average guy who just wants to print a million benchies, it's honestly not that big of a difference between the two. The only reason I'm not using Fluid is because I had that error at the beginning of the stream. And I just said, hey, we'll figure it out later. So yeah, you know what? We'll just position end stop. So we'll say it's 3 up from now. And Going to add a button to fluid print 1 million benchies. Do it. Okay, G28. Go. G1, Z, 2. Oh, I should probably set my Z steps per millimeter, by the way, right now. Because that's probably why I'm not having issues homing. Because I got a feeling I'm not actually set for how much it should be moving. Okay. G1, Z0. Okay. Yeah, the joys of like, this is the first non-Voron I've built, so I'm going through all the teething pains of why the hell isn't this working type stuff that, you know, your average person probably never had to worry about. Okay, so what do we got there? So that's 10 millimeters. So G1, Z20. Oh, hey, okay, it's correct. Of course, it doesn't help that these guys aren't even set right. One Z. Config. Position end stop is, yeah, we'll say it's 5. Firmware restart. Yeah, that's the thing with a Voron. Like, you literally could just slap it together, install the firmware, hit print. Like, there's very little other than setting up like your Z end stop. There's like nothing to figure out for the most part. This doesn't have Z tilt. Okay. So, printer config. So what I'm going to do... Oh, this is going to suck. Because the screws to adjust the bed level are underneath the magnet, or underneath the flex plate. So I'm going to have to move the flex plate to adjust my bed level. That's going to suck. Okay. So save that. Okay. Firmware restart. So first I got to fix these, because right now my gantry is racked to all hell. So that probably isn't helping. Well, actually it's not bad. It's only out like 4 mil. Okay. So there. Gantry's unracked. Okay. So now G28. Well, see, if I go to put a bed mesh on it, then I have to tell it how far the distance is between the center of the probe and the nozzle, and it's all out to frickin' lunch right now. So I'm not going to bother. Let me just adjust. Yeah, we'll just go with this for now, and then I'll fiddle with it later. So let me bring that down. Ooh, that's tight. You can tell which heat set insert is slightly not correct. Okay. So G0, G1, Z0. Okay, so hopefully use your extruder on the second Z, issue Z tilt, and then change it back. Yeah, I could do that. Doesn't the E3 V2? No, Atkins. It has 4 stepper drivers because it's meant as a drop-in replacement for the Creality Ender 3, and the Ender 3 only has 1 Z motor. The V2 variant has 2 hookups for 2 separate Z motors, but it still only has 4 drivers. Okay. So now I am going to do it the shoot. I'm gonna move this now. G1 Z or X. I don't know. 15 Y15. Okay. Oh man, this is really gonna suck. You know what? I'll do it like how I did it on my monoprice select mini. Settings, firmware restart, turn the motor off. Whatever. Ugh. We are manually leveling the bed. Like a Neanderthal type person. Okay, that's good there. Okay, now don't fall off the Z. Yeah, blue tape. I do have blue tape if I really need to, but this has PEI, so I should be okay. I can live with that. I can live with that. Okay, G28. Okay, let me do a very quick PID tune. And then we are going to do some pushing plastic. So it means I got to put the bloody fan back on. And we're going to PID tune for like, I don't know, 200? 200. 200. Benchy when? As soon as I can Send it. So in the meantime, I don't have. Oh shoot. Okay, I thought I had Cura installed. I guess I just download it. So in the meantime, while Cura is installing and the PID's tune is tuning, let's make a profile for this guy. Is that printer a Bonsai? Yes, this thing is a Bonsai. I fully expect this to be a Cruppy Benji. A Cruppy Benji. Turn the V0 off. We don't need that anymore. Listen to that fan purr, boys. So, while that is doing that, I will say though, I do not miss 12 volt heaters. Oh my god. Profile loud fan has trouble sneaking up on it. It's. I smell burning. But usually the first time you heat up a hot end, that you usually get a little bit of a smell. I never configured the stepper, so we're going to have to do a very quick stepper config too. Honestly, I probably should never even bother with the PID tune for the hot end. I'm not doing one for the bed. Okay, add printer. Custom. Bonsai. Okay, 120 by 120 by 100, sure. Origin. Heated bed, yes. Yeah, I'm not even going to bother with the start code for now. Why does it give you these little itty bitty boxes but won't let you make them bigger? Like what the hell? Trigger 1. 1.75. Damn you, Kura. Everyone has moved to 2. Oh my god. Okay, 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. I forgot about this. Shoot. General. I'm sorry. Let me reboot it. I'm sorry. John Combs, John Combs, $5. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. As always, first donation of the night. Anyone who does donate to the stream, it pretty much goes directly into funding projects or equipment for the stream. For those that have been with us for a while, it's paid for the camera. It's paid for the computer, actually. And now that I'm COVIDly unemployed, technically this is my source of income. But for the meantime. Okay. I hate the way, okay, Kira, custom. Give me settings. Oh my god. I should have told it was a Voron, because then I would have more settings right off the bat. Oh my god, initial layer height, line width. Two walls, yeah. This is why I hate Cura. It hides everything right off the bat. There we go. We're not going to push the cooling part. Cooling, yes, 100. You want fans to turn on at a certain height usually. I usually go around layer 6. Or actually, we'll go 10 because it Cura, it ramps up. Dual plate adhesion. Brim. Yeah, we'll put a brim for now. Okay. Are we still PID tuning? Okay, we're done PID tuning. GA code. Okay, console. Okay, save. Underscore config. Amy I have a speech impediment for S's and L's and whatnot. So, Amy P, $10. You're our source of information and entertainment. The source of income. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. To be fair, I live in Canada and I'm only on temporary work layoff. So it's, it's not exactly the end of the world. So I don't worry about that, but I will say it is nice. Your donations have made streaming a lot easier on me because now I will say it is almost break even-ish, and it has allowed me to purchase stuff for the stream to make it a better stream. So I do appreciate, honestly, I do deeply appreciate anyone who donates to the stream. Okay, Benchy. I need a Benchy. Thingiverse. Let's see if Thingiverse... Oh yeah, we gotta actually tune this guy. Benchy. 3D Benchy. Everyone... Oh yeah, I gotta put uBlock on this. Download the Benchy. Jewelry. I could say jewelry. For me, it's S's usually. Like the what's that? Okay, the boat that you replace everything one by one. It's the Shippothetius. It's the no, I can't do. Shippothetius. Yeah. Okay, so this is a 1 hour Benchy, so that's actually not too bad. Okay, so save to file. Desktop. Okay, so we actually got to put some filament in this guy. So, console. G0 or G1 X 0 or shit, no, Z 75. Oh, I got a home first, G28. Let's get some filament. What do I got? We'll go with white because I have it right on top of the file. A brim? Yes, a brim because I didn't bother, like, I don't know how well leveled this bed is. I don't have a spool holder, and I don't think I can even mount a spool holder on this guy. Mount. Dang it. Problem is, that's going to want to spin it down all the way. How am I going to do this? Yeah. Nope, that ain't going to work. Well, for now, we'll just put it in a box, and I'll figure it out later. Okay, it feeds into the hot end. Now, should have probably turned that on so you can see. So G0, Z, 75. Okay, so I got to turn this extruder on to 200. Scale. So let's see here. Mark it for 100. And see if we actually get 100 out of it. That'll work. There we go. Banana scaling system, yes. Banana for accuracy. Actually, my X and Y are probably not set up right at all. I probably have out steps per millimeter wise on my X and Y. So I'm probably going to have to set that up. Well, if it goes past the mark, I got the a little feeder tube. I measured from the start of the feeder tube. That is so going to come flying off the end, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Shit. That ain't gonna work. And somehow I gave myself a sliver. Yeah, I'm honestly probably just going to put on the Vorant over there. There we go. I hate metal slivers. There we go. The problem is it's going to constantly tug over this, but whatever. Give us content. You know what? Here, I'll use it as so the filament doesn't snag on the top. There, so the filament will ride over that instead of riding over the bar there. Okay, so we got that. So G1, E100, F, what, 90? No, that's way too slow, 120. Okay, I can only do 50. Okay, whatever. We'll try 50 millimeters. It's going the other way. Settings, config file. It's going the wrong way, Captain. Direction pin, disable. Save. Firmware restart. Well, on the bright side, we are getting filament going through it. So it is feeding filament through it. I smell popcorn. There you go. Okay. So set that back to 200. Gotta wait for it to heat back up. Yes, content. All the content. It's all about content. Like the video, like the stream, click that like button below. Subscribe if you haven't, although I'm assuming pretty much everyone here who's watching the stream is subscribed currently. Ring the bell, comment, do all the other YouTube stuff that the YouTube algorithm likes. Oh wait, the difference between ASA and ABS. ASA is ABS, just with UV resistance for about 95%. That's about the only difference, really. ASA tends to print better, but my tinfoil hat theory on the reason why ASA prints better than ABS is there is more better ASA filament than there is, there's not as much cheap, crappy ASA filament as there is cheap, crappy ABS filament. So if you buy ASA and you don't know anything about it and you're just buying whatever, you're more likely to get better ASA than you are ABS. But like, for the most part, they are pretty much exactly the same plastic. They're just formulated a little bit differently. Okay. Try this again. Okay, it's feeding. I don't hear skipping. Like I've had ABS that prints great, and I have ASA that prints okay. Okay, so I told it to print 50, and it printed 35. So what is it? So 35 divided by 50 or 50 divided by 35? No, yeah, 50 divided by 35. So 1.4285. Okay, so settings, config. I buy ABS roll as low as $12 a kilogram. Oof. See, I live in Canada and we don't get that good shit. At times. Save. so set that back up. Try this again. Okay, so just above that line. And then once this is going, we are going to try and print something. Well, actually, we're going to confirm our X and Y movement. Oh, wait, I went the other way. Shit, I went the other way. Shoot. I did the math backwards. So I tried to print, what, 50, and it printed what was that? 25, so I gotta double that. Save. Firmware restart. Dashboard. Set that for 200. Yeah, if you post a link, I can't even see it. Like, sometimes if you guys try and say a naughty word, Google, like, gives me a flag and I can change it, like, allow it. But if you try to post a link, I can't. It automatically, like, deletes it. I can't change that setting, unfortunately. Okay. Try this one more time. Wait, I'm doing this all backwards. Yeah, we're just, right now, for those tuning in, we're just setting up the extrusion rate, which I'm having to kind of eyeball because I have no idea. This is a non-geared Mark 8 extruder, basically. So we're just kind of Getting it kind of close. Doesn't help I did the math backwards. Come on. All I know is our benchy's going to have a lot of marker in it. Misfiring, I don't think I would be able to do that because I would be able to see it right off the bat too, because I'm technically the mod. Okay, that looks like it's 50 millimeters of filament. Okay, now stop. Okay, good enough. I can live with that. Okay. So dashboard, turn that off for now. G28 home XY. Can I post links? Sure. Let me actually I have no idea. Here's a benchy. Did that show up? That should show up. It's showing up on my screen. Okay, that works. Okay. Okay, so it must be just a thing Google has. It honestly, it's probably like an anti-spam feature or something. G1 Z50 Y50. Why'd I go to Z50? I need X50, I mean. G1 X50 Y50. Okay. So, okay, so we're off there. Okay, so it's 16. So what is it for steps per millimeter? It's 100 steps per millimeter for a 16 tooth drive gear and 80 for an 80 tooth or 20 tooth, right? So if I have 16 on both, that would be what? Calculator, so divided by 80 is 0.125. So 1 divided by 100, yeah, that would be 0.1. Okay, so 0.1. So update step distance for X to that and Y to that and save. Okay, from a restart. Okay, dashboard. Good there. Okay. G28. So now, let's upload some G code. Documents. Benchy. Jim writes for, let's see, how far off from 100 millimeters you usually figure is within tolerance, say when you're not doing a stream. I try to get it bang on because your flow rate, your extrusion rate, so many different variables are based around the that how much filament's being pushed through, that you want to have that basically bang on. You want as much of your machine to be mechanically accurate as possible, and then you start playing with stuff in software afterwards. So example, flow rate. I see people adjusting flow rate or using your steps per millimeter to compensate for flow rate, or especially for XY movement. People use XY movement, their step distance, or how many steps per millimeter on their XY, to adjust for the size of an object when they're over extruding, and that's where that 0.2 millimeters is coming from. So I don't want to print a nibbler. We're going to print a benchy. Refresh. Where is the benchy? Upload the benchy. Upload the Benchy. Do I have a corrupted version of mainsail here for some reason? Great. Prints. Invalid path G codes. Upload. Raymond! What's going on, Raymond? So what, I just add include like I just add that. Save. Firmware restart. Oh, hey. There's our button that we've been looking for this whole time. Okay, there we go. G-code files, upload. Still not letting me upload my Benchy. Prints. Okay, read that. Okay, upload. Benchy. Reload. Upload. Benchy. Oh, it's thinking. There we go. Okay, Benchy. There we go. Print Benchy. Oh, while it's doing that, I should probably clean the bed. Probably a bad idea to be doing this right now. I got sandpaper. Am I all out of sandpaper? Scuff the bed up. I hate like pure PEI. I always scuff it up. There we go. Joys of flex plates. There we go. Good enough. Okay. So the bed heats up just fine, it looks like. That fan. Yep. The fan. Yeah, unfortunately the fan on this guy is a 30 millimeter, like, I think this is like, I don't even know. This is the fan that came with a Amazon TL clone, or an Amazon E3D V6 clone that I bought like 3 years ago. But it was the only 12 volt 30 millimeter fan I had. So it's in here, unfortunately. I might go digging to see if I can find a better 30 mil. But again, this printer is literally like demonstration purposes only. This will not be running to print anything that I want. I have Vorons for that. This is a demonstration only printer. Does my starting G-code even have a home in this? Figure Cura. Printers, profiles. Okay, it does have a home. Okay, we're good there. And it is... Oh, it's going to be a late stream tonight. It's 10:45. What size is your Tallboy V2? It is 250. It's a 250 spec. And we are up to 67 people watching. How's everyone doing tonight? Do you ground your beds and frames? I didn't see you doing your V0 build. I recommend grounding the bed simply because that's where the mains is going. I don't ground the frames. I don't bother grounding the frame. I figure there's enough metal on metal that a current will pass through it. And everything else touches everything for the most part. So I don't ground the frame. But I do ground anything that is mains, so the bed. Okay, so we should be getting some movement soon here. Let's see, what angle does this guy get? The floor. You can see the pile of stuff I have behind. Why did you go? Oh, yeah. Okay, come on. And we are printing with a brim simply because for those of you who were around when we did I think it was the Tallboy build, where I had cubes popping off the bed, like because my Z offset was screwed up for like half an hour. I just didn't want to deal with that tonight. That's why I'm just smushing it down in. It looks like we are a little close. Yeah, we are a little too close, but you know what? Screw it. Oh my god, you can see my mess. The tool head is gigantic. It's honestly not that big of a tool head. So for comparison, it looks big, but just so you can see it on the main view. It's smaller than an afterburner, I will say. Because this is your duct work for an afterburner. And it's almost the same size. And like there's a mosquito in there. So it looks big, but it's actually not. I think the reason it looks so huge is because the PL08 is just literally glued onto the side of it. Do I have a full afterburner? No. Unfortunately, I do not. I have a benchy. Like, benchy for scale. But literally, this hot end is... if you look at the Bonsai, if you go to Thingiverse and go look at the Bonsai itself, I'll pull it up on the computer here. But this is pretty much just, I think it's a slightly scaled down or a slightly reworked version of the Prusa hot end assembly. So this is the Bonsai. So as you can see, mine's a little bit different. Like this one is like, there's the tool head, right? So it's only like got a Mark 8 extruder in there, and it rides on a gear. It's a very basic design, but you know what, it works. It's supposed to have a BL touch in there. I don't have that because I don't like BL touches. What speeds are we printing? We are not pushing speeds. Speeds are like 60 millimeters a second max for infill, 30 millimeters a second outer wall, 60 inner wall, 30 top bottom, 100 travel. So this is not pushing it at all. So I honestly just love the fact that the strapping a PL08 on the side worked for a Z end stop. Like, I will say it is cutting it real close to the bed, but it works. Honestly, I could have moved it up higher, but I honestly can't because I would have had to actually put a mount for this in. And right now, the mount is oh yeah, baby step. Yeah, it's right there. It's in the mainsail thing. I'm sure it's in fluid too. If not, you can easily just add a macro. Not bad for a first print. We're on layer like 3. We got a whiles to go here. From Octoprint, no, Octoprint does not have baby stepping by default, I believe. I'm hearing clicking, but I don't know what it is. Oh, you know what? It's the bed. It's the bed. The bed itself is clicking. Like the heated bed. Oh my god. Llama. What the hell, Llama? I recall something about the bonsai ender, but I expect a lot of non-Voron people would love to see the whole Klipper mainsail fluid process. Oh, this is covered in Ender 3 P2 plus pi, but it's here to stretch it off. Dude. Thank you, man. Okay, as for getting an Ender 3, I've kind of have had it in my mind to get one for a bit, just to have an Ender to play with. I was hoping that this would be good enough. I honestly would love to put that donation to something, another project I'm thinking about doing, but that's in the future, so I might just, I do greatly appreciate that. Thank you. But as for, I can do the whole Klipper mainsail fluid, like mainsail and fluid as of right now, for the average person, pick whatever one you like. They're honestly like, let me pull it up here again. So Cadriel did some great work on it. Why isn't it pulling up right now? Okay, there it is. Okay. So, if you go and look at it, and where is it? Like, this is the interface for fluid, okay? If you like this interface looking more than this, go with fluid. If you like this more than this, go with Klipper, or mainsail, I mean. They both run Klipper. So, literally, this is the difference between a leather steering wheel and a foam steering, or whatever. You know what I mean? It's basically under the hood. This is red and yellow paint. Okay, under the hood, it's both the same car. Okay. Now, one thing about or fluid is all these windows, I believe, they're collapsible. So like, and you can adjust it or something. There's a little bit more modularity to the interface with fluid. Yeah, brown leather versus black leather. So it honestly is a personal preference thing. I won't do it on stream because I don't want to, like, I didn't want to spend the whole stream fiddling with firmware. Even though we kind of did. That's why I just said, when I had the issue with setting up fluid, I just said screw it and went back to mainsail because I had it ready to go. You know, we still had to fiddle with it for a while. But I will probably be putting fluid on this on my own time, just so we have something else to look at. Because I do want to try it. But yeah, it's a potato, tomato thing right now between the two at this point. Now, give it, they're both relatively new. Like, 3-4 months ago, neither of these were anywhere near where they are now. And 6 months ago, I don't think either of them even existed. So give it some time for them to flesh out and get features, and then we'll see. But in my opinion, like, I won't be running Octoprint anymore. The only machine I have running Octoprint is Tallboy, and that's because I've been too lazy to flip them over and pull the SD card out to flash mainsail onto it or fluid. Because honestly, I don't use plugins. I don't record my prints. I don't use spaghetti. Like, this guy's so reliable. E226 back here. This is my workhorse one. I literally will hit start on a print and go to work before the bed's even heated up. And I'll know I'll come home to a finished print. So I don't bother with any plugins. We have a Benchy. It's going to be a while for a Benchy, but it's going to be a Benchy. And honestly, you have to remember, switching between the two, the configuration is the same. So if you want to try one out or the other, the printer will function exactly the same. You literally just save your configuration before you start swapping between them all. And you can swap back. You can, I have a video on my channel where I go over installing Mainsail OS. And the first step is, okay, if you're running Klipper on Octoprint, just save your config, install Mainsail OS, load it back in, and then boom, off you go. You don't even need to redo anything. But yeah, Spaghetti Detective, they are working on getting that one over because a lot of people like it. And then once one's over, then I hope to see more. You remember, it's completely agnostic. It's printer agnostic. You can run Mainsail or Fluid or Octoprint on any printer running Klipper, and Octoprint doesn't even need Klipper. So. My part fan working? Yeah, the part fan's working. How's the noise level? Yeah, I'm sorry about the noise. Yeah, I'm watching that noise peak. I think, here, let me, advanced audio properties. Okay. I just, okay, tried that. Yeah, at least you can tell me if the fan fails. Okay, so how you deal with loud fans? Go get a pair of noise canceling earphones, and then you don't have to worry about the fans anymore. Or you can do what I do and just have your printers in their own room in the basement, so you don't have to worry about fans. That's why I run cheap fans, simply for the fact that my printers are in a room by themselves in the basement. So. If you have an issue getting Klipper set up, I would recommend asking in the Klipper help section first on the Discord, in the Voron Discord, simply for the fact that I really am not that knowledgeable about all the in-depth stuff, as you could tell from watching the stream. I'm more of a hardware guy than a software guy, but yeah, noise canceling. So I have this. I can just do that. Unfortunately, this guy is too fat for its print volume. I can't just put it in a V2. Now, my V0, I can just put it in a V2. This guy, no. Noctua, no. You know what? I do not recommend running Noctuas as a printer fan, especially a cooling fan. You can get away with it kind of on the with the Skeeters and the Dragons because they require less cooling. But the problem is with the Noctua is they don't have a lot of static pressure. So when you have open air, like a computer case, okay, it can push air through just fine, okay, because it's just into nothing. But when you're trying to force air through a tight space, such as a hot end assembly, Noctuas kind of crap out. I had a Noctua on my Monoprice Select Mini and it had issues. They move air, but they don't move it forcefully. Hey, you can see the box my printer case came in. Or my computer case came in. Which, by the way, here I'll bring it up. For those that don't follow me on Twitter, you should follow me on Twitter. Look at that. I'm barely hitting 5% CPU. 5%. This used to be pegged at about 40 the whole time I ran the stream before on the old computer. Like, this is so much smoother now with this computer. Like, every time I go to, like, open something up, I don't, you know, don't crash. It's so much nicer. So, thank you guys. You know what? This Benchy ain't half bad, I will say. Okay, so never cool your hot. Okay, so with a V6 needs more cooling than a Mosquito. So, do I have a V6 somewhere? Ugh. Yeah, whatever. So a V6 needs more cooling than a Dragon or a Mosquito, okay? But you can kind of get away with a Noctua if you're printing like just PLA and low temperature stuff. On a V6. Personally, once you enclose the printer, I wouldn't touch a Noctua. But if you're open air printing, a Noctua could be fine. But as for part cooling, no, it doesn't force enough air to do part cooling, in my opinion. Plus, you really want a blower fan, not a radial fan. Chris Henkel, new PC. Yes, I have a new streaming PC. So the old guy is now up in my living room. Back to doing what it did before. I stole it to bring it down here for a streaming PC. So yes, we have I built it last Saturday on, so I actually streamed it. It's a AMD Ryzen 3 3100. Still using the 1060, but it's actually like a modern computer. So it's actually good. Oh yeah. Keep forgetting to put on that view so you can actually see it. Let me rotate. Don't cause a layer shift. There we go. Yeah, I'm not saying the 4020 works better than the 4010. I had a 4020 in my Monoprice Select Mini, and once I started trying to print PETG, I started to have issues. Will it print upside down? I am not trying it with this one. I did it on the power supply. No, I'm not doing it on this one. I did it with the Zero. So the reason I have so many benchies is because I was doing I'm doing testing on like different effects different settings have on print speeds with benchies. So like if you really want to print fast, what you should actually be changing and how you can print fast and still get good quality out of stuff. So I have like a bunch of them, but it's mostly I'm doing it worst case scenario style. So none of these benchies are actually what I would consider like, oh my god, perfect benchies, but they're meant to show off. If you tell your printer, hey, 7K XL, 300 millimeters a second, ABS, go, what settings you can change to actually improve quality, so that when you do run it at a not stupid speed, you get more of an improvement. So, but like, This is a 12-minute benchy. Okay, so that's with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. This is a 0.4 millimeter nozzle at 0.2 layer height. This is a 30-minute benchy. And as you can tell with ABS, you're cooking the plastic. So even though this is going the same speeds that other one did. Well, actually, no, this was going faster. This was pure 300 millimeters a second all the way through. Okay? But the plastic can't handle it. Okay? But when you take the exact same thing and you print 4 of them at the same time, because you have that layer time for it to set, it comes out much better. And then, you got an actual like 50-minute good benchy. But still, if you want to print fast, you just go with a fatter nozzle, because this is a 12-minute benchy. We haven't had any skips. How are the motors? Okay, I can bump up. Oh, wow. I can give a lot more juice to my Z motors. My Z motors are cool. X and Y are a little warm. Extruder's getting warm, but it's not bad. It's usable. So I can actually bump up the current on my Z motors. I'll probably do that. So what are we at right now? We got 69 nice viewers. How's everyone doing tonight? Stream should have been done 10 minutes ago, but we're going till the benchy's done. What filament did you print the carriages in? The carriages, everything on this guy is eSun ABS Plus. Are your Voron motors getting warm? I don't know. I haven't touched the motor current on V226 in 3 years, or 2.5 years. So it's been fine. They do get a little warm, but not like excruciating warm. Late stream's fine with me. Finishing up my switch wire. Nice. Honestly, I was hoping so badly that switch wire got released sooner than it did, because I wanted to build it on stream, but unfortunately, like, it wasn't made public until after I had built one, because I also wanted to get a low serial number. So I would have to rip it all apart to build it on stream, but it would be a very quick stream because it's not a complicated build. It's honestly like the simplest Voron to build. It would take me more time to tear it apart and rewire it back up than it would be to build. Like, you can build, I would be able to assemble the mechanics of it in like an hour, or in like a night. It is true what they say though about TMCs though. The loudest part on this thing is the fans. Good old benchy. Easy to forget when doing 1111 shopping. Oh, make sure you have all the tools you need. Tools, go through the sourcing guide. I believe there is a page on the sourcing guide for tools. Look for anything shiny there. It's AliExpress, everything's shiny. What I used to, like, I used to just, oh god, I'm AliExpress Diamond member here. But, I would, like, buy stuff and completely forget about it, and, like, 6 months later, like, a little random electronic thing would show, like, when did I order an Arduino Micro? Oh, okay, whatever, I guess I got one now. I'm thinking of redefining my Tronxy to fit a Cartesian of the Voron, any bad side effects of the Voron movement. So if you're talking about rebuilding your Tronxy, are you talking about into a switch wire? Or are you talking about reusing it to build like the Core XY Vorons? Open in my phone. You don't need to do that, John. I'm not in it for the views. Although don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Also, I have a Twitter now at 3AP Nero. I honestly don't really. I have been using it a bit. At first, I created it just to kind of so people wouldn't DM me constantly if I'm streaming or not. But I do post pictures and whatnot on there of stuff I'm working on, so you can kind of just little behind the scenes stuff. So, if you have a Twitter, at 3DP Nero, follow me there. If you're somehow not subscribed to the stream, subscribe. I do streams once or twice a week now because I got time. A video once or twice a week now. The Tronxy. Okay, so you want to do it into a Core XY. So my thinking is when you go to build a Voron and you want to rebuild or reuse parts from an existing printer. Honestly, a Voron V2 or V1, okay, there isn't many parts that you can carry over, okay? You need a 2020 frame. It has to be a 2020 frame for the most part. Otherwise, and it has to be, it can't be V-slot. It has to be like normal, like square extrusion style. Your motors, you might be able to reuse the motors. You can reuse the hot end for the most part, as long as it's a V6, a Dragon, or a Mosquito. Those are the only 3 hot ends that are compatible with the Afterburner. You're honestly going to be buying so many extra components that the few components you might be able to carry over, it's better off just to buy the recommended stuff and then use that printer as a second, use the Tronxy as a second printer or sell it. It's always good to have a backup printer. But in terms of like salvaging and bringing over, like if you try to bring over the bed, you're going to have to redesign the bed mounts to support your bed because it's all designed for a mains bed. So it's kind of hard to carry over. A few people have tried to rebuild printers as Vorons. Eddie the engineer did that with, I think it was a Tronxy or one of the other kit Core XYs. It's a lot of work. So honestly, for the most part, I recommend just buying new. Yeah, the FT5. It's actually, you know what? I'm actually impressed on this Benchy. For literally a pile of spare parts and like a printed bed mount, like the carriage for the bed is just ABS. It's just ABS plus. There is the only metal in the bed is the bed. Besides the BOM requirements, is there a drawback to V-slot? So you could technically use V-slot for your frame, right? Your like these ones. You only really need standard extrusion. And by standard extrusion, I mean like, right on camera, like the flat style. Now the problem is if you try to use, do I have a, yeah, I do. Okay. If you try to use V-slot, okay, and then you try to put your MGN9 rail, it won't sit flush because you really don't have a lot of overlap for it to sit. So you have to use like the square extrusion style. If you try to use V-slot, it won't sit flush. And you'll never get it to sit flat and it won't work, okay? So you need to use those extrusions there. And if you're buying, you might as well just get it all. So you can't use V-slot. Eric Atkins, $10. Getting tired, but really looking forward to the printing with ABS videos. Sent my first pics to the PIF team today. Lots of work to do. Have a good night. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the stream tonight. As always, the VODs are available. The chat does show up. I do have it set up so that the chat will show up if you watch this back at a later date. It just takes YouTube a few hours to process it, and then it shows up. Because someone always asks me, could you put the chat on? And it does. It just takes YouTube a bit. So thank you for the donation, man. Have a good night. Take care. Yes, he did with the 1.8. Honestly, I would love to build a 1.8. The problem is I just can't justify it because in terms of educational purposes, the gantry is pretty much the same. So you can just watch my V2 build of the gantry and just flip it upside down. And the Z is relatively simple. Ooh, we are getting there. I'm going to post a picture on the Twitter. I'm actually like super impressed with this. Like, okay, so my thinking on Vorns, if you want an actual like crazy awesome printer, get a V2, okay? If you want a printer that you can play around with, get a V1, okay? My thinking with that is the V1 is a simpler mechanical design and the gantry doesn't move. You can do a lot more fun stuff. And by fun stuff, I mean if you want to play around with tool changing, if you want to play with enclosing it better, like going super high temp enclosure style, right? If you want to play with dual extrusion, that kind of setup, that's where the V1 sits. It's also cheaper and an easier build. So if you've never built a 3D printer before, and you want something that's a little bit simpler to build and not as expensive, you will get the print. Honestly, you'll probably get the same print quality out of a V1 and a V2, or it'll be so close you'll never be able to tell the difference. The only difference is with the V2 having a lower center of gravity, it's a little bit more stable and it scales up to a larger size a little bit better. And you can run it a little bit faster. But the V1's a great machine, especially the V1.8. I am legit impressed with this little guy. The V0 is a great desktop printer. So what I mean by desktop is you want one upstairs in your computer room, or you want it something small and quiet that doesn't take up a lot of room, one for work if you need, if you work somewhere and you just want a small printer there. It's also a great backup printer. If you build it with an external power brick, it's relatively safe. It's good for kids, for like school setting or whatnot. It's also cheaper. The V0 is a great it's a hobbyist compact printer. It's honestly the most complicated build out of all of Vorons, but it's a great little hobbyist tinker printer. You can do quite a bit with it. The switch wire is great if you already have some components. Okay, so if you have an old Ender 3, if you have an old Prusa Mark II, if you have an i3 Prusa Mendel style printer where you can reuse the bed, you can reuse the power supply, you can reuse the controller board, you can reuse the hot end. If you already have, you can reuse some of the frame. If you already have some of the bits and bobs laying around, you can convert that into a switch wire very well. In terms of a scratch build, it is cheaper. You can build a switch wire cheaper than you could buy a Prusa Mark III. Okay, we did do the math on sourcing guide. It is cheaper to build a switch wire than a Prusa Mark III. I will say you will get better prints, and it's a better printer than a Prusa Mark III, but it's a DIY printer with no support other than yourself, and you have to source your own components, right? That's the difference with Prusa. You get the back end that comes with having a Prusa. But if you already have a lot of the components, the switch wire is kind of meant as I have an i3 style printer and I want to upgrade it. Plus Core XZ is awesome because you can do Z hops at stupid fast speeds. Yeah, the Tiny M is sweet. It uses what? So it's 2020. It's basically they took a V0. The guy who I can't remember who created it. Let me pull it up here. And yes, you do get a serial number for a V0 if you build a Tiny M. We give it credit. Okay, so I don't think this is the original, but It's where is it? Why? Yeah, so yeah, tiny M. So basically, it uses 2020 MGM 9s, MGM 12s, and the print volume is it's a bigger printer, so it's 150 by 150 by 150, and it is a bigger frame. But it's basically like a scaled up V0 essentially. But yeah, it's just a beefier V0. So it's just now the reason now here's the thing, the V0 is as small as it is because of the design ethos when it was designed. It was designed to be a super compact printer to basically be a home built DIY cheaper version of the Dice printer. Okay. Don't with Prusa zero support after swapping my Rambo for an Einzie. Oof. But it is meant to be a small, compact, tiny printer. So 1515 extrusions and MGM 7s. The reason MGM 7 is because 1515 extrusions. That's how small as we could go. You can't use 2020 with MGM 7. It literally falls into the gap. Okay, so it's meant to be as super small and as compact as possible. That's why we use small and compact stuff, and that's why it's such a complex design, because you have to put it together in a certain order. Nemgria did a great job with the design on that. But yeah, this is a tiny M. So as you can see, it's you know, if you were to look at this for a second and look away, you'd be like, oh, it's a V0. But it's essentially just scaled up. So it's just a bigger V0. But my thinking is, with the V0 platform, I wouldn't go beyond 200, right? If you want a small printer, go with the V0 or the tiny M. But once you hit about 200 millimeters in terms of print volume, go to a V1. In fact, I wouldn't go above 170. I would go to 170 max on a V0, simply for the fact that you could just buy 50 millimeter longer extrusions and rails, and it would scale up like that. So, do you think there will be a Delta style printer from Voron? I think the general engineering of the Voron printers is great. Would you see performance, maybe orbiter extruder with Dragon? So, there is no Delta, because I think the V0 took any thought of a Delta out of everyone's mind, because there was like the idea of toying around with a tiny little Delta to sit on your desktop, because Deltas are cool to watch. It is fun watching a Delta print, but they have a lot of downsides to them. Their size to print volume, especially on the Z, isn't the greatest. They're a bitch to keep tuned, and it's kind of, I don't know. It's Deltas, especially with speed. Like the thing with the Delta for the longest time was speed. It was fast, but then Core XY came in, and now we have the V2, which is basically a flying gantry Core XY, which what is something a Delta would have advantage on it, because that even has a direct drive extruder, a direct feed extruder. So. But officially, there is no Voron Delta in design. Printing a benchy. Good old benchies. This is the very first thing printed on this thing. No calibration, cube, no. I didn't even do a bed level freaking. You should print all the cubes on your bed to make sure it's levelish. Nope. Eyeball it. Hit print. We're up to 726 serial V2s. Oh my god. I think that the tall boy is what, 579. I think I got 579 for that, and that was only like a couple months ago. Need a little speaker on this thing to print elevator music. You know what? I did try doing music when I was streaming when I started, but then people kept complaining, so I stopped doing music. So I don't know. Like, I can put music on if you guys want, but most people just have their own music playing in the background. I find, like, I'm listening to, you know, the good old-fashioned lo-fi hip-hop beats to relax to right now. After V2999, you just added another number on the end. And yeah, music is tough. Like, I found, I've used it before. It's a Spotify soundtrack. Let me pull it up here. But it's, it's music made specifically for streaming. So, yeah, let me see here. Yeah, I think it's that playlist. Yeah, it's this one right here. So it's by Harris Heller, but it's all like royalty-free music. So you can play this stuff in a stream, and you don't get copyright strict. Like, it's meant to be background music for streaming. So it's like meant to be. It's actually, there is actual songs, but it's just background, and it's all royalty free. So you can just let it loop in the background for streaming, and it's, yeah. But people were complaining about music when I first started streaming, so I stopped. What are the most expensive parts on a V0? It really depends. If you're going completely a stock build, probably either the power supply, the controller board, or the motors, like, combined. Maybe the bed, depending on where you source it from. But if you want to get fancy and throw like a dragon or a mosquito in it, that's probably going to be your single most expensive part. What do you think about the Orbiter, or the smaller NEMA 14 round stepper-based design? The Orbiter is great. People who use them like them. I just don't have one. All my printers are running just regular afterburners, except for Switchwire is running. I gotta put an M4 in it, but right now it's running dual jet packs. But right now it's if the music's too loud, I can turn it down or turn it off if you guys want. But it's a great extruder. I just don't have one. I don't have any of the parts for it or anything, so I just haven't looked into it. But it is a good extruder. It is, people like it. So. But yeah, it is based on the original Orbiter and then redesigned as the Galileo. I love V2, but can't spend much now and have some bits and bobs, controller, stepper, etc. Yes, the Orbiter is, so the Galileo is the Orbiter for the Voron, essentially. So it's been tweaked a bit, but it is the Orbiter for the Voron. Currently at war with my former CR10 V2. Honestly, with Ender printer, so honestly, the only Creality printer I really like is the cheap entry-level Ender 3. because it's so cheap. You can't get a printer cheaper than an Ender 3. Even this guy, if you were to price it out, would cost more than an Ender 3 probably. But the thing is, all their other printers are just Ender 3s with stuff. The CR6 SE, the CR10 Max, the Ender 3 Max, the Ender 3 SE, the CR20, the CR10 SE V6 V2, Hocus Pocus. Like, if you I want to play a game where I'm just going to take a picture of every single Ender and make a website, and it's just going to pop up that picture of the printer for like 2 seconds and then disappear, and then you have to guess which model of Ender that is, because they're all the same. They're just slightly different parts slapped on it. So the only one that really stands out is the Ender 2, and the belt printer that they got, the CR30, which is very limited use case. Voron naming is simple. The V0 is the tiny one. The V1 is a traditional Core XY, the V2 is a flying gantry Core XY, and the Switchfire is a bed flinger Core XZ. And it's not version. When it's a V2, it's not version 2, it's Voron 2. So we call it a Voron V2 like we call an ATM machine, an automated teller machine, okay? It's crappy nomenclature, but everyone does it. So a Voron V2 is technically a Voron 2. So it's technically a Voron design Voron 2. That's what the V stands for in V1 or V0 or whatever. It's Voron. Yes, the 0.4 part is the revision. So it's a Voron design Voron 2 version 4 for a Voron V 2.4. Talking about extruders, what are your thoughts on the Omnia drop approach? I will have to look that up. Omnia drop extruder. Be flexible with your 3D printing. Okay, so we have ourselves a extruder and hot end. Okay, so it's a fancy helical or orbiter gear setup thing. Okay, 5-to-1 gearing. Okay, so it looks kind of like an orbiter type setup. Yeah, like I don't know, it looks fine. Like I got dual drive gear. So it's a whole setup assembly though. Like it's meant to be a whole hot end assembly, it looks like, but the extruder looks fine. Ring heater. Okay. And an E3V6, yeah. Oh, I see, that's the cooling there. Okay, I see what that is. So the thing is, that looks a little too proprietary for my liking, but I don't know, it looks fine, I guess. Ow. Yeah, planetary gear. Yeah, that's what it is. I couldn't remember. I know it's Galileo because planetary and orbiter and orbits and whatnot. We're fun with names, but yeah, the Zesty's kind of cool, but you know what? I don't think it ever took off as much as some people thought it would. CR10 has an SKR 1.4 Chimera. Currently trying to finish getting Klipper set up so I can print and keep stealing Voron ideas until I have a reliable printer. See, what you do is you just build a Voron. My mantra when it comes to the entry-level cheap printers, don't put that much money into it. Just save the money and buy or build a better printer. It's lipstick on a pig. Like an Ender 3, if I had an Ender 3 right now, I would put, the Chimera heat break in it, so you would have an all-metal hot end. So you just take the crappy hot end heat break that comes with it, take that out, put a Triangle Labs Chimera heat break in there, boom, now you have an all-metal hot end, swap the extruder out, and put Klipper on it. That would pretty much, and maybe if the bed's all warped to hell, a glass bed. But other than that, that would be pretty much all I would do to an Ender 3. maybe put a flex plate on it so that I could strap a PL08 to it and have a bed mesh. But yeah, I would not go that in depth with upgrades. I see people putting Chimeras and like duets on Ender 3s, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I can't believe, you know what, I never tuned retraction. I just, what retraction settings am I even running at on this guy? Cooling, travel, retraction? Where is retraction? I don't even have retraction. Enable retraction. Retraction distance, retraction speeds. Close. Do I have retractions enabled? Retraction. Okay, I have retractions enabled. Enabled retraction. 6.5 millimeters. I don't need 6.5 millimeters. Okay, I'm doing 6.5 millimeters of retract. Oh my god. Why is it so much? It does not need that much retraction. It needs like 1 millimeter. Oh my god. Okay. Good old default. Yeah, because when you tell it, it's just it's been a while since I've set up a Cura profile like completely from scratch. Normally I start with the Boron baseline one. I'm thinking about getting a titanium heat break genuine. I'm using Volcano on my Boron, by the way. Cleo, get a Triangle Labs titanium heat break. They are dirt cheap compared to the genuine ones, and they function just as well, as long as you could stand the weight. If you're in the US, I think the Amazon, there is some Amazon, Triangle Labs does have some stuff on Amazon.com. I think it's through like Go3D or another reseller. Well, it hasn't clogged yet. So right now, the hot end in this is it's a Triangle Labs E3D V6 Gold Edition, which just means it's a gold heat sink. It's cosmetic. It does have a 30 watt 12 volt heater, and it has a titanium heat break. So it does have the Triangle Labs titanium heat break. I will say our temperatures are relatively flat there, so that's good. So we are coming along pretty good there. I've never had issues with jamming. I know a lot of people have issues, like I can't remember the last time I jammed a nozzle. You know what, I can. The last time I jammed a nozzle was when I was using shitty Sunlu ABS, and it literally like killed nozzles. But I haven't had a jam in like a year and a half on any of my printers, and I run PLA, ABS, but I got V6s, V6, Mosquito, a Fadus high flow Dragon, a normal Dragon, like, and I've never had, I don't know how people get jams, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just lucky with my settings, or I've just been super lucky with, I don't know. Oh, high temperature, see, I don't run high temperature PLA. This is like, I don't even know what kind of PLA this is. This is CC Tree White PLA. Yes, the most common reason for a clog is cheap filament. Cheap filament is literally melted down Barbie dolls, and you don't know what's in it because the factory in China that makes the filament literally is probably sitting in a warehouse with birds in the rafters, and they just take the pellets and they suck it out of the Gaylord resin, and it goes right into an extruder, and who knows what gets in there, okay? You needs to be a clean environment because even chunks of cardboard can get into the plastic and jam up your nozzle. So like that is literally going to be like stage 1 of my intro to ABS, is don't buy cheap ABS, because so many people buy, I want to try ABS, I want to try PTG, I want to try this new filament. They go on Amazon, they search by the cheapest, they buy the cheapest, and it doesn't work, and they're like, oh my god, it's horrible. What's the tool you use to change nozzles? I've seen it in a couple of videos. It's on Thingiverse. Let me pull it up here. But it's this guy. Okay. What is the difference between Stepper Online and LDO motor? Stepper Online is the cheap generic good motors. All my motors are steppers. LDO makes nicer motors. I think they run a little bit quieter. They're a little bit like, you can get different specs of motors, right? They make good motors, or correction, they make motors that are better than the OMC Stepper Online motors. Some people do get a little bit better print quality out of it due to like magic and the way electronics work inside the way the motors are made. Less like ripples in the surface. But they are more expensive and they're not as easy to get. Now, all my machines run OMCs. They're pretty much bulletproof. The LDOs are also bulletproof, but they're more money. So it honestly, it's like a personal choice thing. But yeah, LDO does make good motors. I live in Canada. I can't get anything from LDO up here. So unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to try any of their stuff. That's the wrench right there. So basically, it's just a printable torque wrench. You can print it in different torque ratings with different plastics. But yeah, you know what, I've had this for, since I got a Mosquito, and it works just fine. So that's what I use, and then it just whatever random socket fits in it. I've been really liking ABS Plus. Yep, I use eSun ABS Plus for my black pretty much everywhere, and that's because I can't get KVP up here. Why inductive probe over BL Touch or something else? So the BL Touch, a lot of people have issues with the BL Touch. They are not as reliable as we would like. So also another problem with the BL Touch, it's more finicky. It's prone to drifting. There's just so many issues with it. Whereas a $3 PL08N probe or PL05N probe gets you within a single step accuracy. And with the V2s and the V1, you have to remember we also have the separate switch for your nozzle offset. So your probe is literally just used to gantry trim, and then there's a separate switch for your nozzle offset. So it's just, the inductive probe works better in our use case. It's more reliable. Yes, LDO extrusions, their rails are good. They make good stuff. I don't think anything they make is bad. If you were to come up and be like, I bought this from LDO, it's okay, cool, it's great, it'll work. They have been a great vendor, and that's their own thing. Like they're not Voron and LDO aren't connected in any way. There's no business deal or anything. They just like making stuff for us. So it's like, okay, keep making stuff for us. You make good stuff, and people throw money at them. So. This is a really good bench. It's taking a while though. It's like almost midnight. Yes, there is a Canadian reseller, but they don't have anything in stock. I've looked, and everything's out of stock. So. Plus, I'm not actively doing a Voron build right now, so I kind of don't need anything from LDO. Yeah, I believe they actually anodize their extrusions after they cut it. So. What is your opinion on the Solex nozzle designs and copper-plated nozzles? It seems to be an advantage to print with a lower temperature and a more homogeneous melt, avoiding overheating when traveling. So I don't know what the Solex nozzle is, but in terms of copper-plated nozzles, that is my go-to. I use on all my printers, my main 0.4mm nozzle is, I got a bunch of them here, are these guys. They're the Triangle Labs copper nozzles that are plated, so they're copper, nickel plated, or nickel plated, copper, or whatever they're coating it. I think it's nickel. But that's my go-to 0.4mm nozzle. It's great. Oh, they have the internal bores. I honestly don't ever print anything that small that would require that, or any of that. I don't bother with the super fancy. Ooh. Oh, raisin. So I'm not a fan of inserts like ruby nozzles. I just think it is overly complicated and you don't really need it for the most part. But yeah, I am a fan of like the Triangle Labs copper plated nozzles. They are super reliable. I don't have gunk buildup issues on them. And copper is the best unless you are printing abrasives. If you will never touch abrasives or you don't plan on touching abrasives, do not get a hardened nozzle. Do not get a steel nozzle. Just get a copper plated nozzle because it has the best heat transfer. It's for the price. I saw that you recently got a Dragon High Flow, although you advised in an earlier video to get the standard flow. Did you change your mind? So I actually got it's a Fetus Dragon. It's actually installed in Tallboy right now. I was provided that through Banggood affiliate program. So I have a video on my channel if you would like to buy one. Go watch the video. There's a link in there if you want to. I get a kickback if you buy it. Openly stating that. But in terms of why I got it, I have actually been wanting to get a high flow hot end. I have a Volcano. I've never used it and I don't intend on using it. But I wanted either a Dragon or a Mosquito high flow just to simply test printing at higher speeds with fatter nozzles for certain items in certain cases. The reason I don't recommend getting one is it's one of those only get it if you need it type things. Although now that I've actually played with one, batteries are dying. This has been a long stream. This was printed with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle in PLA on a Dragon High Flow, and I haven't cleaned this part up. There's no stringing on this, so the stringing issue isn't as bad as I thought it would be. At least on the High Flow Dragon. I think it's a little bit worse on the Mosquito High Flow, although that was a V1 revision a while ago. But basically, you'll have less issues with the standard flow, and you could still go pretty damn fast with the standard flow. It's more of a only get it if you kind of think you need it type thing for high flow, because there's more downsides to a high flow nozzle than there is upsides compared to a standard flow. A standard flow, you just can't push it as stupid fast, whereas a high flow, you may run into issues with oozing, with a larger melt zone, heat creep. There's more issues you can have with a high flow than a standard flow, and less disadvantages, if you get what I'm saying. But yes, the reason I got it in the Tallboy is I plan on throwing a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. Well, actually, I have a 0.8 millimeter nozzle in there, and just going YOLO with something really big, really fast. Corbin Brook, $20. Thank you, man. Found you randomly decided to build a V0 because of the channel and awesome Voron community. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Make sure if you haven't joined the Discord, join the Voron Discord. I can't believe how bloody big the Discord has gotten in the past year. I think we're pushing 9,000 people, or we're over 8,000 now. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, man. Hope the build is. Did you finish the build, or are you in the process of building? Coming from the printer I'm using, 150 millimeters a second with standard flow is good enough for me. Yep, I've pushed 150 just fine on a standard flow Mosquito. Like you can go fast. The high flow nozzles really unlock going fast with fat nozzles. 9138 Discord members. God damn. I remember when we switched from Slack, because Slack was like every week we would lose the whole backlog of comments. Bought parts and wait for that to arrive. Awesome. Good luck on the build. Have fun. Make sure you follow the manual and follow the order of operations and put the nuts where you need to put the nuts. I can't remember who it was. Somebody was streaming a build, somebody in Europe, and they were just kind of like slapping it together, just kind of like, oh, this goes here, that goes there, and they weren't looking at the manual, and I'm like, no, you're gonna have to take it all apart. Vorons have well-designed extruder hot end interfaces, but they're not chimeras. What gives? Do they keep filament constrained fine as is? Yes, they do. I don't have one fully disassembled, but essentially, yeah, I don't have one. Okay, so this is the replaceable hot end component. So you can literally swap this out. I have a video on my channel. If you watch the video, I put out my last video where I swapped one of these. You can swap your whole hot end in literally like under a minute. But you have this, and then you have, I think it's like a, what is it, a 34 or 28 millimeter piece of bottom tube that comes out of the top, and that goes right, the teeth are right there, like the feed gear. So it is fully constrained the whole way down with the afterburner. The reason we don't have Chimeras is Chimeras, in my opinion, aren't that great of a hot end assembly. They're not good with high temperature materials in confined high temperature locations. They're fatter on the X and Y axis. They don't come with a hot end fan or a part cooling fan, so you got to kind of hodgepodge one afterwards. Their mounting solution isn't, long story short, it came out after, for one, the way the V bourons are set up for the hot end assembly, and two, it's not really needed, and I can do a whole video about the Chimera and why I don't like it, but yeah. Trying 200 millimeters a second as we speak with high flow. I've done 300 millimeters a second with a 0.4 standard flow nozzle. It really depends how big you're printing and if you're going to hit that speed with the Excel, but the part starts suffering. Those speeds, you start running into issues with just cooling the plastic. Yeah, 27. It's a very short. It's honestly not a long feed path. Like, it's literally, like, it's right there. There's nowhere for the filament to go. Yeah, have the revised Chimeras even come out yet? Like, I'm sorry, but my issue with the Chimera, you have metal on metal gears that are cracking. You don't have metal on metal gears. If you notice, the Bondtech BMG has a nylon gear and a metal gear, not metal and metal. You don't have metal on metal because something will wear eventually. And you don't want metal shavings getting into your filament. Also, the extruder, the hot end heat sink is directly attached to your NEMA 17 motor. So your heat sink is trying to cool filament heat, and heat trying to creep up from the hot end, and also has a motor attached to it that outputs heat. So now it's trying to cool two things. You don't heat sink something to two things that are generating heat when you don't have to. Also, it still uses the V6 style heater block where your heat break is a structural element, so it's thicker, so you have more heat creep issues versus a Dragon or a Mosquito setup where you have the surgical steel, where it's a super thin heat break there, so you have minimal heat creep issues before you even have the heat sink. And then also you can't do one-handed nozzle changes, because if you crack that nozzle, you got, like, if you go on their Twitter right now, they're advertising, I think it's Mendel Rose or whatever, they made like a whole machined attachment for grabbing your hot end to change the nozzle. Yeah, I can literally just reach under my printer and go click and undo my nozzle and not touch anything in the printer. And yes, I'm going to do this right now. What do I got loaded in here? I got ABS. Or actually, no, I don't need to do that. I have one right here. I forgot. Okay. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Okay. Yes, Mandela Rose work. I'm not poo-pooing on anything they make, but I just find it funny you have to have this whole extra component. So this is how you change a nozzle on a modern hot end. Okay, so you got your Dragon, this is a Mosquito. Okay, so you got your hot end. It's mounted in your printer. Okay. There, I unscrewed my nozzle. That's it. Okay, I'm gonna put it back in. Okay, you screw it in, You get your torque wrench. Done. One-handed. And also, on the Dragon and the Mosquito, because of the way it is, if you can look in there, that is copper. So your nozzle is sealing against copper. So not only are you getting a larger melt zone, copper is expanding into your nozzle, which means you don't need to heat torque it. So it's literally done, cold, heated up print. So, I'm sorry, but anything based on the old V6, like, I'm sorry, Slice, the Mosquito is really good, but unfortunately the Dragon does the same thing, but it's cheaper and you don't have to worry about the thermal goop, which you need with the Mosquito. But then you come out with the Copperhead, which you could have used it as an advantage to make a cheaper version of the Mosquito and claw back the market, but then you lose one of the main selling features, which is the one-handed nozzle change. Now you have a bimetallic heat break that is structural again. That's also why I won't use a Volcano, and I think the Super Volcano is dangerous. You have all that mass hanging off a heat break, and if you have a titanium heat break and you have a Super Volcano and you decide to do a Z-negative China followed by an X move, you're going to snap your heat break. And then your hot heater block is just going to be flapping in the wind there. Hello, just came in. Think this print is looking good. Oh yeah, how is the print doing? It looks like a boat. This is the very first print on this printer, by the way. Like, it literally has done nothing but I did XYZ calibrate and like in terms of motion, eyeballed extrusion rate, and hit print. So the only plastic I pushed before this was just when I was doing the make sure E-steps were correct. I've got no one to blame but myself, but wish I had discovered Vorons before I spent all my XMARS money, XMS I'm assuming, on a printer that I wanted to replace before I finished school. Ooh. Weird flex, but cool. Yes, the V0 bed is really nice, and I've kind of looked into machining one myself. But that setup they have for the bed is a really nice bed, don't get me wrong. I've been eyeing the V0 bed by Intel, just trying to difficult to convince myself to part with $82, including postage, I'm assuming, to UK. Oof. It's a good bed, but don't, like, okay, you can get by just fine with the 1/4" Mic 6 with energetic magnet stuck on top of it. Literally, all my printers use energetic flex plates and magnets, and I haven't had any issues with them. It's just the yeah, it's just I can't get anything else in Canada, so I've been going with energetic, and they've been fine. Thoughts on the Sherpa Mini on the V0? I don't have one. I intend to keep mine lightweight for boating use, but I think a few people are running them. They haven't had any issues, and it's running fine, so I guess okay. I got a cheaper bed from Fermio and the magnetic energetic make sheet, but it might be upgrade something down the road. Yeah, Fermio makes good stuff too, but yeah. Cleo, I would just be careful at 120C, because around 120C is when the 468MP adhesive from 3M starts to fail. So I wouldn't push 128, or I try to keep my print beds under 110 for that reason. We are almost done this benchy. I am legit impressed here. You gotta remember too, like, let me move the camera here. Wrong one. That is a printed coupler. Like, that Z coupler there, that's just printed ABS, because the ones that I bought don't fit because they hit the rod, the vertical Z rod. So that's just a printed coupler. I print 100C. Yeah, see, I print 100C ABS too. And it will hold, it's just at around 120C is when it starts to fail. So So if you're printing like something that hot and you're printing like a full bed thing where it might warp, it might pull up the adhesive. Is PI the material for good stick? I got a Wham Bam flex plate with PI because noob, and I'm kind of met on it. So do you have? Oh, with PEX. I personally like PI. PI is my go-to. We are done. I'm gonna let that cool for a minute there. How long did that take? So it took an hour and 17 minutes. And use 4 millimeters or 4 meters of film. Neat. PI is my go-to on all my printers. It sticks damn good. It comes off when it cools, and especially with the flex plate, and parts pop off. I've never tried PEX. Have you assessed in turning TPU on? I haven't printed TPU, honestly. I need to get a hold of that, but I've never printed TPU. But it is a relatively short Bowden. It is constrained from the extruder to the hot end. So you can print TPU. I've seen people print TPU on Ender 3s. The thing with TPU, go slow and minimal to no retractions. So, what is the biggest regret you had part selection wise of any of your Vorons? My V1 build. My V1 build, I started, so my very first printer was a Monoprice Select Mini. Look, it's a Benchy. And that's only 120 millimeters cubed, okay? So I went, hey, I'm gonna build a Voron because I outgrew it in like 2 months. Went online. Back at the time, there was only the V1. The V2 was almost released. I think it was like officially released like, well, actually the V2.0 was never officially released, but the first like serial V2.0 like was a couple weeks after I built my first, or I started ordering for my V1, I believe, or just after I joined the Slack. But anyways, long story short, I wanted a big printer, so I built a 300 by 300 by 400 V1, and after that was built, I printed a few things. I rebuilt it in ABS and I tweaked it. I made it, you know, I cleaned it all up and whatnot. And then I ordered parts for a 250 millimeter V2 because I did not need a 300 by 300 by 400 V1 because its massive size was too much of a detriment, especially when printing small things, because all that weight was up top and it wobbled like hell. So only build as big as you need. Now, that guy is now Tall Boy. It is now this guy. I've rebuilt it as a V2, but this was originally a V1. That's why it's been rebuilt. Because otherwise I would have kept it as a V1. If I had built a stock size V1, I would still have a stock size V1, and I probably would have built like a 300 V2. But I went so big on this, and I never needed it, that I went small. So only build as big as you need. Because also, when you build as big as you need, you save money, for one. Because if you pay for a big printer and you never use the big printer, you're wasting money, especially with the 350 and how expensive 14-inch PI and a bed can be. The price adds up quite significantly. Also, you have more volume to heat, so you can't get the same internal temperatures. It costs more to run because you have a bigger bed to heat up. And when you go bigger, you can't tune it as easily. Now you can still get good prints, but the smaller the printer, the smaller the margins of error are in terms of print inaccuracies. So you can get better prints easier out of a smaller printer, especially with belts. Belts start getting long on core XY. And also, depending on how old your house is, if you build a 350, you might not be able to fit through your doorway. Also, hidden regret is, it's not really a regret, but if you're ever on the Voron dev team, you will buy a lot of stuff that will never make it into a printer. Not so much now because there's really no big active developments, but like a year or two ago, we were buying stuff that never made it into printers because by the time it showed up from AliExpress, the design had changed. Okay, so I don't even think I have a Z-wobble. I'm gonna have to print something like square to confirm it. But that is a mighty fine boat. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off now because the fan's annoying. This there. That is a benchy. Oh yeah, you're not going to be able to see it too good on this one. It'll probably get blown out with the lighting. Yeah. Lighting killed that one. But yeah. That's the very first print on, I need a name for this guy. And this is why I like flex plates. Another reason I have a flex plate on here, it's got a, the bed carriage is plastic, and I really did not want to be, I really do not want to be taking a spatula and smashing the bed to try and get stuck bits off of it. So with a flex plate, it just comes off easy. You can see where the marker was. It's blue. So yeah, that's actually, you know what? That's a mighty fine benchy there. Okay. I'm gonna take a picture. I'll take some pictures, put them on the Twitter. I can't put them on the Voron Discord, Voron photo section because it's not a Voron. But I'm getting hungry and it's like midnight, so I'm gonna be calling the stream in like 10 minutes. So I'll do my usual cleanup, so you guys can open chat any questions while I clean up and organize here. But we're gonna be calling it in a minute. Yeah, 1 hour, 17 minutes. Okay, serious question. What the fuck is the Discord? Oh, you made me swear. Now YouTube's gonna censor it. Discord is a chat program. Think of it like IRC or a chat room type thing. Originally, it's mostly like gaming centric, but if you go, I think I have a link below to the Voron. Just go to vorondesign.com, community section, Discord. Join the Discord. It's a messaging platform, different sections. Think of it like a forum, but it's a chat room. That's where like the main community of Voron resides. So it's not on Facebook or some old FTP forum. So. I've noticed some side-to-side gear play on my M4 latch. Are you talking about if the idler gear floats a little bit back and forth? That is fine. That allows it to self-center. It's supposed to be like that. So the idler is supposed to shift a little bit in the So yeah, so if you're talking about this idler right here, being able to bad lighting, but if you're talking about this idler being able to shift back and forth like that, it's supposed to do that, okay? Because then it'll self-center once the filament's loaded into the other idler. So that's supposed to be like that. I finished my 300 Voron build and can't print because I'm missing 2 TMC 2209s. Oh, that sucks. How are you missing 2? Just throw some A4988s in there, man. Go old school. Maybe I should cut all my CR10 in half and make a cork. John Clark, $10 for the swear jar. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the stream tonight. What am I gonna do with this guy? I gotta put that in something. Yeah, the M4 is nice. If you throw it does work with a pancake stepper, and if you throw out a pancake stepper on it, you can mount it flush to objects. So it'll flush mount, because right now, it sticks out past, and these are the 2 mounting points. So if you're mounting it on an extrusion, you can mount it, like that, and it mounts just fine. But if you're trying to mount it to something like flat like that, you have to use a pancake stepper, because the pancake stepper will sit below this line. I'm legit impressed how good that Benchy came out. I like, this thing came out better than most, like, hey, Reddit, look at my Ender 3 first print. Brian Seibert, $5 for milking me for hard advice. No problem, man. This is why I do this. Like, the reason I started streaming, well, I started making the videos because it's easier to explain stuff in the video. So I started making videos. But then with the video, I have to like, think about all the lines. So it takes time. So yeah, I'm going to take some pictures and kind of just clean up here. But I think I'm going to call it right now, because it is 12:15. I'm going to go have a drink, eat something. I hope you guys, tomorrow's Friday. Enjoy your Friday. Let's take a look here. I want to see. Did they figure out who the El Presidente is yet? Thanks a vote. $14.99. Thanks. What do you mean you can't hear me? There, music's off. I'm sorry, my headphones are. I can't hear it anymore. Whoa. Okay, are we good there? What happened there? What happened? Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay, okay, sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, I use voice meter for the audio input. And I guess also it defaulted that over and combined the mic and the computer audio together. So that's why that was so loud. Okay, so anyways, thank you for joining me tonight. We got a Benchy out of this guy. I'm going to take some pictures. I'm going to go have a drink, eat something, head to bed. Thank you all for your donations tonight. I greatly appreciate it. I probably will do another Saturday night stream like usual. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. Might be filling with this guy. Actually not too sure yet, but we'll figure out something to do Saturday night. I hope you all have a great Friday. Weekend's coming up. Be safe out there. Wash your hands and take care. Peace.